2chan, more commonly known in its home country as Nichan, cause that's the number 2 in Japanese, was basically the precursor to the better-known 4chan in the West. Nichan is like 4chan, only it's not. While the two are both anonymous boards and have their share of infamous images, creepypastas, and general insanity, 2chan had a very unique landscape that is a fascinating reflection of Japanese culture and the mindset of its citizens, of whom live in a society that greatly values conformity, civil duty, and reservation in demeanor. With that said, allow me to introduce you to a brand new series where we explore 2chan's most renowned and/or infamous topics in Japan. In this series, we're going to be looking at the creepy, the creative, and the bizarre. While 2chan in its original form no longer exists, and there's a lot of history there that maybe I'll get into in another video, there's a lot of posts that are infamous and well known today that really shaped Japanese meme culture in, Japan. Starting off the video is a bit of slang commonly used in Japan, one the creator of the Yakuza series of video games actually got in quite a bit of trouble for using. Let's back up a bit. Cheese gyudon, aka chigyu, is a type of beef bowl or gyudon, a very simple yet popular dish in Japan that is exactly as it sounds. Thinly sliced beef over a bowl of rice, sometimes with raw egg cracked over it or some veggies mixed in. So, like I said, chigyu is short for cheese gyudon. It's a standard beef bowl topped with cheese. Only, the term chigyu itself has a lot more meaning than that in popular culture and is often associated with otaku or nerds. I guess it's kind of like how gamers, quote-unquote, are associated with Doritos and Mountain Dew in the West. I mean, if somebody said they look like they eat Doritos and Mountain Dew, you'd probably get the point, and, that would probably be an insult. So, in Japan, if somebody says that a person looks like they eat chigyu, it means they look like a nerd. This is slang often seen on 2chan and is heavily associated with this infamous image that was created in 2008. It depicts a nerdy young lad ordering a 3-cheese beef bowl. Now, Toshihiro Nagoshi, he created one of my absolute favorite video game series in the whole widest world, that being Yakuza. Seriously, if you haven't played Yakuza 0, it's... During a live stream in July of 2020, one for a Puyo Puyo tournament, a clearly bored Nagoshi was asked his thoughts on the show and the entrance. After saying he didn't really know what to say and kind of fumbled with his words a bit, he said the entrants look like they eat chigyu. This perceived insult resulted in Sega apologizing publicly for the comment and some of the players in the Puyo tournament posting photos of themselves eating beef bowls. Those out there familiar with my Do Not Search Iceberg series of videos may already be familiar with Inuaki Tunnel, a very real location in Fukuoka Prefecture which was the setting of multiple murders. Inuaki Village is an urban legend that came about in the wake of the tragedies that took place in this tunnel. While the story of Inuaki Village itself dates back as far as the early 1990s, it really gained traction on 2chan when the story was passed around and users even claimed to have visited the location itself. While the story itself dates back to as far as the early 1990s, it really gained traction on 2chan when the story was passed around and users even claimed to have visited the village itself. Inuaki Village is said to exist on a small side road you see after going through Inuaki Tunnel. Which side? Who is to say? Perhaps the road appears before you upon walking through the Inuaki Tunnel completely, which may be difficult to do in the present day as it is now almost completely sealed shut. According to legend, the village itself does not recognize Japanese law or even the Japanese Constitution itself. If one visits Inuaki Village, you're essentially entering a lawless land without any sense of morality. There are many different versions of this actual narrative available online, the most famous version being a very early form of creepypasta, though at its core is referred to as a kowai hanashi, or scary story. This story goes as follows. In the early 1970s, a couple was driving to Hisayama, a city also within Fukuoka Prefecture. During their trip, their car unexpectedly breaks down in a desolate area surrounded by forests near the eastern base of Inuaki Mountain. With no other choice, they exited the vehicle in search of help. Eventually, while following a small road, they see a sign stating that the Japanese Constitution would not be recognized beyond that point. The couple took it as some kind of prank and nothing more. With that considered, they continued onward. Upon reaching a small village, they assume it was abandoned some time ago as no people were around. The couple was just about to turn around and head back down the path they went down before being stopped by a crazed elderly man. He welcomed the couple to Inuaki village before pulling out a sickle and attacking them. As far as the outside world, the world that knew this couple understood, the couple in question was simply never seen or heard from again. There is another, less popular variant of this story, one that claims that a call is made to a telephone booth near Inuaki Bridge one time every night. It is said that if somebody answers that nightly call to the phone booth, they will be transported to Inuaki village and cursed. Upon arriving, they will slowly lose control of their mind and body from this curse. The legend of Inuaki village is well known in Japan and left a lot of online users searching for the village and trying to figure out where it would be placed on a map. Weird thing is, a real-life Inuaki village did actually exist in Japan. This real-life equivalent predated the legend, the tunnel, and the murders that occurred in the tunnel. Having existed from 1691 to 1889 in what is present-day Miyawaka City after the village itself grew and merged with the surrounding areas. This one single emoji, one that may look innocent and cute to all you here watching this video, is synonymous with one of the most notorious Tuchan threads in the entirety of Tuchan's history. This thread, originally titled, "Help! The girl I like won't respond to my emails," starts out simple enough. OP is asking for advice because he emailed a girl he's interested in and never received a response. Keep in mind that email can refer to text messaging, as it was referred to as meru in Japanese, similar to how meru is also referred to as emailing. So emailing and texting is kind of synonymous going forward. I will mention that a few more times as the video goes on. Anyways, OP refers to this girl as Denko for privacy's sake. Because Tuchan is anonymous, most people just flat out say she's not interested or that OP is likely ugly, and that's why OP is not receiving a response from Denko. OP insists that there's more to it though, and that he's known this girl since high school. OP personally thinks that Denko and him feel the same way about each other, and they've been talking pretty regularly in college. But then the dude, OP, just casually includes this response that's like, "Oh, I only sent her 600 emails so far." This is when the people in the thread realize that OP is really obsessed with Denko. Everyone in the thread just kinda started ignoring OP and at one point started talking about ramen, something Tuchan is known to host discussions of, but in this case they were just trying to not respond to this unnaturally obsessed person. It does not end there though, and oh golly, I sure wish it did end there. OP then goes on to describe some pretty cringe examples of the conversations he had with Denko in the past before deciding, you know what, you guys are just being mean to me, you're just not trying to help me. I'm going to call Denko directly now, before losing his nerve and then hanging up before he even talks to her. As the thread continues, the responses just start messing with OP and trolling him and just making the whole situation a whole lot worse. making suggestions on what OP should do, and it just kind of becomes a big old meme on the site. We do get a little bit of backstory from OP about his time with Denko in high school, as well as him saying he got a hold of her on the phone, and then he asked her on a date, and he was rejected. But OP sure did not see this as a rejection, and the situation continued to escalate. It's often been speculated and debated upon regarding whether or not this story is actually real due to how ridiculous it is and how it kind of drags out. And honestly, this thread is kind of terrifying for the sole purpose of it potentially being very, very real. This is because it provides a clear look at the mentality of a stalker. So this thread goes on for a long time, so long in fact that I kind of felt myself losing my sanity after reading through the bulk of it. By the way, link to a translation of the full thread will be in the description. Eventually, OP lays it all on the line for Denko because he assumed she did not understand that he was interested in her at some point during the 600 emails, and he says he's interested in Denko romantically directly and is very clear about that. Which then leads to Denko directly rejecting him again, saying, "Don't email me anymore." OP takes this as Denko wanting to instead talk to her outside of email, like in person. As time goes on, there's a few more other threads because OP keeps going on and on and on about how he doesn't understand why Denko is ignoring him, which eventually results in a quote-unquote friend of Denko, and I use the quotes pretty heavily here, selling Denko's information to OP for about the equivalent of $550. This $550 fee included Denko's current email as she kept changing it over and over again. It's awful. This whole story is awful. I really hope it's fake. Following a really disturbing in-person encounter where he hugs Denko from behind and she understandably screams and tries to get away from him, she later rejects him one more time in person and tries to have him promise that he will stop trying to contact her or be around her in any way, shape, or form. And now, time for the surprise plot twist ending. The whole Denko saga ends with OP going out with the friend who kept selling Denko's information to him. But, much like everything else in this thread involving this friend who is referred to as Ako charged OP to date her. And how much did she charge him? Apparently the equivalent of $8,000 and possibly more following this. Because you see, that is the last we ever heard from the Denko saga OP, and this was many, many years ago. If you're an anime enthusiast and existed on the internet during the mid to late 2000s, you may have seen this bear around during that time period. This bear is known in the West as Pedo Bear. Now, despite its namesake and unsavory intentions in the West, which was popularized on 4chan, the 2chan origin of this character is strangely more wholesome. It began as a single-line kaomoji, a little bear face with kuma kuma written in hiragana next to it. Kuma simply just means bear. It eventually evolved into this much larger text-based line art of a bear running with the word Kuma written in katakana next to it. The purpose of this bear on 2chan is to be posted in response to people fishing for attention on 2chan threads. See, the joke is that the bear is eagerly running to take the bait and get the attention of the previous poster. That's really it. At least before the West got a hold of Kuma and made this image and, made it very unwholesome. In 2016, a blogger wrote a post describing a video they recalled seeing on 2chan at least 10 years prior in the early to mid-2000s. They explained that it was supposed to be a link claiming to lead to an adult video, but instead loaded a disturbing video that stuck with them all these years later. So, what was in the video? The blogger went on to describe it in their post. The quality was apparently horrible, and they described seeing disjointed cuts of a woman with a disfigured face. Then a shrine before cutting to a girl lying in a box with a person standing next to the box holding a knife. The video is then said to feature looped footage of the girl falling out of the box before finally cutting to a shot of the disfigured woman once again from before. The blogger claimed that they revisited 2chan's occult and horror forums asking if anybody knew about it, but nobody seemed to know what they were referring to, nor did they recall it. The blogger in this blog post also did provide a 2005 thread where they think this may have included the video, but the link in the thread is now dead. Many in this thread warn users not to click the link with the video unless they were ready because it was apparently pretty disturbing. Looking at this 2005 thread, whatever video was in this link received a lot of attention and upset during this time. Unidentified or lost media was a very common topic of discussion on 2chan, the notorious Hirogata PSA, as well as the Akihabara tape being two very early and famous examples of this. To this day, that notorious video has not resurfaced. However, fellow YouTuber Tara A. Devlin has uncovered a video from about the same time with somewhat similar cursed imagery. Go ahead and check that video out for more info, I'll leave it linked in the description. Yet another bizarre thread that just kind of spiraled out of control. Unlike the Denko saga, where the issue is clearly defined almost to an infuriating degree, this one is kind of hard to pinpoint. And this time around in this thread, it's actually the confusion that leads to the frustration. I'll try and give you guys the abridged version. There's really a lot to unpack here, much like the Denko saga thread. A man, OP, had just proposed to his girlfriend and she said yes. The couple was a little tight on money at the time, so they had just decided to delay the actual wedding and go straight to registering the marriage legally. For the entire time the couple was together, OP had assumed his fiancé's legal name was this one specific name. He even recalled seeing this name on a class roster when the couple attended class together in college. While OP admitted that he often used a nickname when referring to his fiancée and even had the nickname saved in his phone, he was almost positive that her real name was something completely different to what it actually was when she signed the marriage papers. The name OP had assumed, one that he dubbed Hanako Sato within the thread, was instead a name that was in no way similar or easily confused with Hanako Sato, one he described as sounding somewhat obnoxious. He dubbed her actual name Elizabeth Ijuin in the thread. Keep in mind, these names are not the real names, they were just for privacy's sake and to make the situation a little more distinguishable. But despite this, OP swore that he saw the name Hanako Sato on that school roster all those years ago. He even recalled his fiancée recognizing that name on said roster as her own name. So, what on earth was going on? A very confused OP decided to bite the bullet and just ask his fiancé himself. This exchange had the fiancé very confused, basically saying, "What are you even talking about?" and just kind of dismissing it. And it's time for this already really confusing thread to get even more confusing, like, who was Hanako Sato? As the thread title suggests, OP felt like his fiancée Hanako was suddenly replaced with this Elizabeth person. It was at this point that OP began having a bit of a crisis. He claimed that, looking at old photos, he didn't even recognize the face of his fiancée, that she suddenly looked like a different person. Like, literally. That Hanako was in the old photos and Elizabeth was suddenly here in real life, replacing Hanako. OP claimed that the girl in the old photos was Hanako and that the girl in the recent phone photos he had was Elizabeth. But both girls had the same nickname he frequently used to refer them as. OP dubbed this nickname Chiwa. OP felt as though he merged with an alternate dimension where he was with an Elizabeth now, not Hanako anymore. The other posters in the thread asked various questions, like if he had any memory disorders or if the nickname sounded like Elizabeth in any way. Some even asked if his fiancée was Korean or Chinese because there are cultures where some people genuinely have two separate names. Some just joke that the fiancé must have stopped wearing makeup at some point, but OP insisted the change in features was far more drastic than that. The conversation slowly shifted to people asking OP more directly about any history of mental illness. It seemed that a lot of people felt they should hone in on that specific aspect as OP continued to panic. The whole situation just didn't make any sense. Some people did hone in on their time in college. OP had mentioned that the fiancé was in a rakugo club, rakugo being a type of traditional Japanese stand-up storytelling. Some also recommended contacting friends who knew both the fiancé and OP in college. And so, upon asking a college friend, OP claimed he never heard the name Elizabeth Ijuin in his life, that being the friend never heard it, and that the fiancé's name wasn't Elizabeth to his recollection. OP continued to add that he showed an old photo of his fiancée to be sure to his friend, and his friend still said that was Hanako, that was not an Elizabeth. So that convoluted the situation a bit more. The confusing situation continued, with OP even considering to go to the hospital to be evaluated because people just kept suggesting that. This is something he did consider, but flip-flopped with actually doing, and he felt that he wasn't mentally unstable or that was the issue. OP eventually updated the thread by saying he recently met up with yet another college friend and got some drinks. He brought the old photos and his friend confirmed that these were in fact photos of his fiancée. That the old Hanako photos were definitely photos of the now Elizabeth. The friend was baffled that this was even a question that OP even asked, and also recommended that OP see a doctor. But then, OP came home a little drunk that same night and told his fiancée about the friend. According to OP, the fiancé apparently didn't remember this friend at all. OP also asked his fiancée about the Chiwa nickname and how that came about and its origin, and her explanation was the same as OP remembered. The facts regarding the nickname did still add up. However, despite all of this, OP confirmed that he was still very much in love with his fiancée and still intended to marry her despite all this chaos going on. And now we come to the conclusion. OP was later confronted by two friends who asked to see more photos, both old and new. These friends did confirm that the girls in the photos, old and new, were the same girl. That Hanako was Elizabeth. OP didn't believe them and didn't see the resemblance, but then the friends pointed out that the fiancé was wearing the same necklace in the photos. That the only thing that was different was her hairstyle as she had changed it. The friends then asked OP if he had ever heard of a condition called prosopagnosia. For those out there wondering, this is a condition where those afflicted cannot recognize a person by their face. Following this post, OP claimed that his fiancée was confronted by OP and his friends that same day, and was now saying her name was Hanako Sato. There's a bit more of a back and forth, and OP claims Hanako Elizabeth doesn't recognize herself in the old photos either. But it's here at the end of this whole thread where the story is far more disjointed and confusing. OP's posts definitely seem more disjointed and frantic. Ultimately, OP thanks everyone for listening, doesn't really confirm what his plan of action is now, and he just kinda dips. This is the last time the OP is officially heard from on 2chan. He's never heard from again. Now, many people have many theories about this thread, and once again, I'm really abridging the whole ordeal. It's very, very confusing if you read through the whole thing organically. It could have all been fiction, of course, but if not, then OP may have had some kind of mental disorder or emergency health situation that caused all this. This is a meme originating from 2chan, the root of it being this face. You may have seen it before. And by looking at it, you may also have a good guess as to why this face has that expression. Even the Japanese phrase associated with it, yananaika, makes things pretty obvious if you know what that means. The phrasing itself translates to, do you want to do it? And by it doesn't mean anything safe for work, I assure you. The face itself blew up in popularity on 2chan as well as outside of Japan, though the origin of the image itself predates the internet a bit, as it comes from a 1987 one-shot yaoi from an issue of Barakomi, a magazine in Japan geared towards gay men. The title of the one-shot itself isn't even safe for work, actually. the title being Kuso Miso Technique. I'll let you Google any words that aren't understood here. I don't know if I can explain this on YouTube, it's kinda just Google it. The manga itself involves a college-age man who has a chance encounter with another man, seemingly a mechanic, at a park. They then go at it in a public bathroom. One of the panels from this specific scene is where the infamous face comes from. Now, this manga was relatively unknown up until 2002 when a Tuchan user posted scans from the Barakomi issue to the boards. People soon became fascinated with the manga specifically, and the full one-shot was later uploaded in full due to this interest. The full upload did not take place until 2003 specifically, however. Following this, the Japanese internet had a field day with it, and by field day, I mean created a lot of memes. Eventually, Nico Nico Doga got a hold of it, and the memes continued to circulate throughout the mid to late 2000s. So much so that the face made its way to sites outside of Japan, and the manga itself was translated by users online. You can find that online, I assure you. There is a vast variety when it comes to art style in anime. While it may not seem like it, art trends and styles have both evolved and expanded in Japanese comics and animation. Some are breathtaking, realistic, and gritty. Others soft and iconic, distinguishable and recognizable. Sometimes so unique and recognizable that you can name the creator just by looking at the characters they created. Despite the plethora of different art styles in anime and manga, the cutesy big eye style known as moe remains prevalent even today. Especially today. And especially within Japan, where anime that look like Idolmaster and K-On! Kind of dominate the scene. Cutesy, childish moe girls are very popular, and it is with this in mind that the homunculus disaster known as Moetron was given life. Moetron, also known by her intended name, Kime Kona-chan, was conceived directly in response to a famous troll on Tuchan known as Konashine in 2009 or 2010. During this time, the 2007 anime Lucky Star was still very popular, and many people often discussed this anime and shared fan art of Konata, the main character. Konashine really hated Konata for some reason and would leave hateful comments on anything relating to Konata specifically. This caused artists to troll back by drawing various objects with Konata's attributes, specifically the blue cowlick of hair that she was known to have. This phenomenon continued until Kime Kona herself was born, her name being an abbreviated form of Chimera Konata. This image became popular on both 2chan and 4chan, people starting to create their own fan art as well as devising a canonical personality for Moetron. Or rather, personalities, as Moetron is described as having dissociative personality disorder and yandere tendencies. It's also worth noting that Moetron is a name that came about on 4chan, and Kime Kona was kind of the name that came about on 2chan and is her original name. This is another meme that all the early to late 2000s Japanese cartoon enthusiasts may be familiar with. It's definitely one I remember seeing a lot as a teen. To begin, School Days is an anime that aired from July to September of 2007. It's based on a visual novel of the same name and is known for its unsettling and unexpected endings to the story. The finale of the anime itself featured one of the game's more gruesome endings. Days prior to the scheduled air date of the School Days finale, an incident involving a young girl murdering her father with an axe had occurred. This very real situation was deemed far too similar to the contents of the School Days finale, and the finale itself was not aired on the date and time it was supposed to be aired on. What was shown instead? Boat footage. A lot of boat footage. 30 minutes worth, in fact. Basically, a half hour of stock footage featuring boats with easy listening music playing over it. This ended up outraging fans that stayed up and tuned in to TV Kanagawa for this long-awaited finale. A lot of these outraged fans were actually outside of Japan and discussed their dismay on the English-speaking 4chan first. While much of the discussion consisted of fandom outrage, it's this one single comment, accompanied by a screen cap of one of the boats, that is cited as the creation of this meme. One screen cap of what was recognized as a Norwegian ferry, the comment next to it simply reading, "Nice boat." Beyond this, there wasn't much of a meme on 4chan itself. It wasn't until 2chan users caught wind of this thread, particularly the "nice boat" phrase, where things really took off. People began making memes and edits of the specific boat image with the main character of School Days exclaiming "nice boat." A lot of fan art came about too, and the creator of School Days themselves even named their Komiket booth "Nice Boat" one year. Komiket is a really big convention for doujinshi creators, by the way. A similar incident occurred in 2020 as well, when an episode of a completely unrelated anime was cancelled and replaced with boat footage. A 2chan user created this thread upon receiving a series of terrifying letters in their mailbox after returning home from a business trip. None of these letters were addressed to the original poster, instead being addressed to a man they did not know by the name Asamu Sakuto-sama. The speaker of the letter uses the "sama" honorific at the end of this person's name. This is usually reserved for a person of very high status or even a god. Included in this initial post was an image of all the letters they had received by that point in time, 5 in total. Some of the letters were folded in strange, ornamental ways. None of these letters had stamps or the address written on them. They weren't even sealed in envelopes. The only reasoning behind this being that the sender must have hand-delivered these letters themselves. What was deemed the first letter detailed the writer recently getting out of the hospital. Despite this, the bulk of most letters made no sense and had no flow or clear understanding. One portion of this letter stating that the speaker remembered exactly when they met this Asamu person, and that her eyes turned completely white in order to read Asamu's mind. Also, that she constantly heard a song playing around her. There's also a bit that mentions her quote-unquote pets, though this is never clarified and it kinda seems like they're not her actual pets. Much like the contents in the other 4 letters, OP had shared photos of every letter they received, each one being signed by a person who referred to themselves as Rera, written in English characters. While all of this in itself is unsettling, what may be the most unsettling element of this first letter is this. A self-portrait that Rera included with that first letter. The second letter was even more confusing and disturbing. It included yet another self-portrait, this one of Rera unclothed with 4 separate legs, and an eye on her abdomen as well as her hair. Included were more disjointed phrases and Rera claiming that she was overwhelmed by feelings of resentment because she felt somebody watching her every day and night, even while she was sleeping. Rera also complained that she was surrounded by trash, quote-unquote, and that Asamu soon would be surrounded by trash as well. Most people in this thread agreed that Rera was definitely unwell and had some extreme obsession with this Asamu person. In the later letters, Asamu was later referred to as Asami. It's unclear if this was a typo or not. In these later letters, Rera goes on to explain that she sees a doll in her room looking at her and moving, and she also has an urge to eat ink. She also mentions having a husband, and possibly having seen Asami a previous December. It is unclear how long ago this December was. Curious about this Asamu person, other posters urged OP to speak to his landlord and see if they were the previous tenant. OP later claimed to have done so and that his landlord had never heard that name before. However, the leasing company was able to find complaints from the previous tenant relating to unpleasant letters. And the tenant before that? They had apparently complained that they were being harassed by someone. Then came more information. Contact info from the mother of the harasser of that tenant. Her daughter was apparently hospitalized following this harassment incident, with the mother apologizing on the daughter's behalf when it had occurred. It was with this new information that the leasing office was able to get in contact with the mother once more. It was here where it was confirmed that it was Reira's mother. Apparently, after hearing this new information about the letters, Reira's mother called to check on her daughter. She first contacted Reira directly on the phone, and Reira became defensive and hung up, denying everything. The mother then called Reira's fiancé. He did share that he recently bought Reira some new stationery that matched what these letters were being written on. But he was working so often that he wasn't able to keep tabs on Reira and often left her home alone. The mother contacted the office once again, saying she would be driving to visit her daughter in person and address all of this. Meanwhile, those in the thread asked OP a barrage of questions, trying to figure out the situation, though some also felt that OP could be just making it all up. The mother updated the office once again. Apparently, Reira had left home and nobody knew where she went. This wasn't exactly a good sign for OP, as Reira could be going back to his home. Turns out that's exactly what she did. A few hours later, OP updated the thread, hearing aggressive scratching and banging on his door. He ignored it and called the police straight away. Said police showed up long after the scratching and banging had stopped. Following this, he met Reira's mother at the police station and both agreed to questioning regarding the situation. Reira's mother shared that Asamu Sakoto was the screen name of a person Reira had met on an online dating site many years ago. Following this questioning, OP checked the mail after returning home to find one more letter. He provided a photo of it. It only had one single phrase written in the center of the paper, "Mata kurune," or "I'll return." It was in pink ink and signed by Reira. With that, OP had dealt with enough and, like the previous tenant, decided to move. It was shortly following this decision that OP said he was already looking at a new place and that his story and the letters were unfortunately very real. That he wished this whole ordeal wasn't real. And with that, we never saw a follow-up. If this story was real, OP likely moved, and hopefully Reira received further help. Kisaragi Station may very well be the most renowned topic that originated on 2chan. While creepypasta enthusiasts may be very familiar with this story, the actual thread that inspired it is rather interesting in itself. For the original thread was not a completed story. It was an actual back and forth between a seemingly lost poster and concerned people engaging with her in the thread. The original thread had surfaced in the year 2001, with a poster who referred to herself as Hasumi, who believed she was lost and got on the wrong train on her way home from work one evening. Hasumi was very confused about where she was. The train was not making any stops. It hadn't for quite some time, and all other passengers around her were asleep. On Hasumi's typical work commute, there were many stops and she was very familiar with its patterns. This time around, it was very different. People within the thread were intrigued, trying to get details about where she was so that they could pinpoint it and help her get home. This thread was created very early in the morning when only a few people were active on the site. One poster suggested going to the car that held the train conductor in it. She did so, but said there was a curtain covering that area and she couldn't see who was operating the train itself. Hasumi claimed she had knocked on the window in an attempt to speak to the conductor, but nobody responded. Another suggestion was to look out the window to see signs from any station they had passed. This was when Hasumi described going through a long tunnel. She also later clarified that her usual route didn't have any tunnels and that she departed from Shin Hanamatsu Station, which is a real station in Shizuoka Prefecture. Before long, Hasumi updated the thread yet again and said the train had finally made a stop. She looked outside the train to see a sign that said Kisaragi Station. Nobody in the thread had ever heard of the station name before. Those who Googled it said nothing came up. They urged Hasumi to stay on the train until reaching the final stop on that line, as there would likely be taxis available at the final stop for her to get home. Hasumi instead got off the train to look for more information. During this brief period, the train left her. She was the only passenger to get off. Hasumi then added that she contacted her parents to pick her up, but they were also unsure where Kisaragi Station was. She had also added that one of the kanji used in spelling Kisaragi Station was also the kanji for devil, making it appear as though the station name read Devil's Station if it was read incorrectly. Hasumi left the station and saw no roads or traces of civilization. She then decided to walk along the tracks. This was when she heard the sound of taiko drums in the distance as she walked. Shortly following this was someone shouting at her to get away from the tracks. She turned around and saw an old man behind her with only one leg. This man quickly disappeared. The sound of drums grew louder as Hasumi came across another tunnel and went through it. She then met a man at the other side who offered to drive her to a hotel and then claimed they were near a town called Hina. With this, Hasumi claimed the man was muttering to himself in the car. She felt uncomfortable, and her phone battery was running out. Hasumi concluded that this would be her last post, and it was. Now, while Kisaragi Station is pretty chilling as a scary story, many feel the story may have had truth to it, and that Hasumi crossed over to another dimension or even the afterlife. People have tried figuring out where Kisaragi Station would be on a map as well, and it was this story's creepypasta status in the West that makes it so well known today. Much like Moetron, this is another genre of cute anime girl fan art that came about on 2chan. Only the gimmick with these girls is that each one represents a different computer operating system, hence the OS in OS-tan. The tan is like a shortened, cutesy, childish version of chan. This phenomenon dates to as far back as the year 2000 and the launch of the Windows Me, which was a really buggy and unreliable operating system that came out in the time between the Windows 98 and Windows XP. 2chan users began joking that this operating system reminded them of a clumsy and forgetful anime girl. Someone who's kind of well-meaning but also very ditzy. Because of that, they started drawing Windows Me as a gijinka. This term is for art that humanizes non-humanoid things and is very commonly used in fan art. Mitan, the very first OS-tan, was officially created in 2003 when the first fan art of her publicly surfaced on 2chan. While the popularity of these characters skyrocketed in the early to mid-2000s, interest waned in the years following. Despite this, OS-tan equivalents have been made for every Windows operating system to date. There's even a supporting cast of OS-tans made for web browsers, antiviruses, and other devices like the Amazon Kindle. Hitogata is a Japanese word that can be used to describe something with a human-like shape and/or appearance. The word can apply to many things, including these bizarre cryptid sightings that were observed in 2chan's early days, known as the Antarctic Ningen as well as the Arctic Hitogata. Their entire body is said to be a stark white, and they are typically described as being pretty huge, often tens of meters long with rubbery amphibious skin, similar in size and stature to a whale, but humanoid in shape. There are accounts that claim to have seen these creatures both inside and outside the water. The earliest recorded thread involving them dates back to the year 2002. This was when photos supposedly taken in Antarctica during a whale research expedition had surfaced. What they ended up photographing, aside from the whales, was also these humanoid large creatures. Following this, other users were able to dig up other unsettling photos of these creatures, all from either the Arctic or Antarctic. Users noticed there were some differences between their appearance based on location. Because of this, the Arctic humanoids became known as the Hitogata, while those sighted in Antarctica were called Ningens. Both of these words mean human or humanoid, and all sightings had a distinct human shape. The popularity and intrigue in this topic existed for multiple reasons. While cryptids aren't anything new as far as urban legends go, it's how desolate and unknown the Arctic and Antarctic regions of the world are that makes it believable and terrifying to many. That includes the vast ocean that exists below the surface in these areas. Very little of these parts of Earth have been fully explored. Undocumented species existing there is very possible. Some felt that these could be human-like mammals that evolved to survive frigid temperatures by growing in size and adopting features similar to seals, whales, and other aquatic mammals found in cold regions. Many took to Google Earth and shared images from the Arctic and Antarctic regions that appeared to resemble the ningen and hitogata in the photographs. Now, not everyone was on board with believing that these giant aquatic humans existed in the Arctic, and that's fair. Many speculated that they were just uniquely shaped icebergs or even aliens. Many strongly disagreed with the naysayers though and dug up ningen sightings and related incidents in the years following. Some incidents dating as far back as 1918. The latest Google Earth find was uncovered in 2016, it appears, and many people believe the Antarctica humanoid still exists to this day. While Tucson often hosted some pretty scary and bizarre stuff, this is one of the more wholesome threads. One that became famous and well-known throughout Japan, not just with internet users at the time. So famous, in fact, that the thread got adapted into a novel and even a drama that saw localized release with English subtitles. Heck, they even made a manga adaptation, also translated into English by Viz Media. That's right, a romance drama based on a Tucson thread. I mean, imagine seeing that happening with a 4chan thread. Densha Otoko, literally meaning train man, began in 2004 on a thread for otaku to talk about their troubles they face in love and dating. It was upon this pivotal thread that one anonymous user shared a recent experience they had. While riding the train home, a drunk man boarded and began harassing multiple women in the car. The situation escalated until the man directed his attention to a young woman sitting next to the poster. Said poster, describing themselves as being pretty shy and reserved, decided enough was enough and was urged to restrain the drunken man as there were no other men in that car that were able to do so. Following this incident, the woman next to this Good Samaritan thanked him profusely and requested his address. And that was where the story left off. After sharing their experience on the thread, other posters referred to him as the Train Man or the Densha Otoko. Train Man would return to 2chan only a few days later. This was when they updated the eagerly waiting people on what the girl did with the address. See, the Train Man received a package filled with expensive cups and saucers from the luxury French brand Hermes. Now, a quick Google search can tell you the price of such a set. Just one cup and saucer can range between $200 and $400 US. Some of their teapots, just the teapot on its own, are over $1,000. While a thank you gift would be common courtesy and polite, especially in Japan, luxury tableware was certainly not expected. The train man was confused, but also hopeful. He felt this gift went beyond a typical thank you and asked people on 2chan for advice on what to do. You see, he was kind of interested in this girl and wanted to try and ask her out. Other posters felt the girl's feelings extended beyond gratitude as well and that Train Man should contact her. Train Man was very apprehensive about doing so, primarily because the man was a self-proclaimed nerd or otaku and admitted that he had never been on a date before, let alone had a girlfriend. Though, despite his admission, other posters encouraged the Train Man, giving him advice on how to contact the girl and what to say. And eventually, the two did end up going on a date. The original Densha Otoko saga lasted for quite some time, and the man ended up becoming more comfortable around his now girlfriend after several dates had taken place. And with each passing date, the Train Man had returned to update 2chan users, updating his wardrobe, getting a haircut, overcoming his anxieties, and ultimately telling this girl he loved her. And she reciprocated this love. The Tuchan reactions were very positive and supportive, with many celebrating with the OP and very excited for them. The initial posts on that otaku thread took place in March, and the correspondence on 2chan had gone on until late May, making the whole thing last about 2 months, which is long by 2chan standards. The last we heard of the train man was back in 2004. This last post detailing that he was nervous about engaging in intimacy for the first time with his now girlfriend. By this point, all eyes on 2chan were on the train man saga. The story had gained a great deal of attention, and a lot of posters would start to meme train man. Said train man had stopped posting around this time, and the trolls were likely why. The Densha Otoko story was seen as a hopeful one for many users on the site. Many people who used 2chan were shy, introverted otaku themselves. Because of the pleasant outcome of this thread, it received various media adaptations, as I said previously. Though, because 2chan is an anonymous board, the original poster was not involved in the creation of these works. We don't even know what ended up happening with this relationship. With everything considered, I do sincerely hope the train man and the woman he rescued are still happy together, almost 20 years later. There are a lot of images that originate from 2chan that are nothing short of uncanny and creepy. The Make Me Cute or Kawaii Kusasete image is one of the infamous images that originated from 2chan on their boards. One that amassed fame for totally unrelated reasons outside of Japan, such as within creepypastas and horror games. This image is often referred to as a Henna-Barbus Hennicide, whatever the heck that means. That name did not originate in Japan. The origin of the image itself is not from a creepypasta either. This uncanny nightmare fuel actually saw its first appearance on a 2chan board with no creepy story attached. Instead, the poster who attached it gave forth a challenge to try and make this unpleasant image into something cute and endearing. And people did try and make this image cute, and the results really varied. The Make Me Cute thread dates back to the year 2004. That iconic year in 2chan history I mentioned before. That rhymed. I didn't mean it to rhyme, but it rhymed. There's also the text attached to this image. It's basically a chain letter. If you're an aging millennial like myself, you may remember the era before smartphones, when you didn't have folders or chat logs to keep track of text messages. They all just piled together like an email inbox. It was awful. Also, the cameras were really bad, but golly did Motorola Razrs sure look cool and fancy back then. Anyways, back in this era, every now and then, I would get these annoying texts. Chain letters that said something like, "Don't delete this! Forward this text to 15 people or your crush will hate you and you won't be attractive, and oh, also you'll die in 7 days, so you better forward this to 15 people!" TLDR, this image is basically that with a spooky image attached for good measure. This specific image with the text was likely used in email chain letters as it was 2004. However, earlier versions of this image may have existed in 2chan as well. Like Jeff the Killer, this image was clearly modified from an original image. There have been a number of searches trying to find the origin of these legendary creepypasta images. This one did see a great deal of developments, with an old photo of a Meiji-era doll found to likely be the original image. This original image likely originated from an auction site listing. I don't want to get too into it myself. Plenty of other YouTubers have made videos on this topic that far surpass what I'd ever do on it. I've even helped with one of said videos a little bit. This specific Make Me Cute image in its infamous state did surface on 2chan and is considered somewhat of a nostalgic site to many at this point, which is kind of funny with how it's supposed to scare people and stuff. At least back then it was supposed to, you know. Now back to something a bit more disturbing. It was in the year 2006 that a sudden and unusual post had surfaced. The post was by a man claiming that they had hidden 50,000 yen somewhere within Tokyo. This is less than $500 give or take the current exchange rate. This poster claimed that they had seen previous users claim to hide money within the city, though these ended up being fake, made by trolls as LARPs. This poster wanted to hide the money for real and see what happened. To spice things up, OP stated that the users only had that one day to find the money. Well, technically it was less than a day. This post was made around 2 in the afternoon that day, so it was more like 10 hours. But yeah, if nobody was able to find this money, the OP would come and retrieve the money at midnight and call the whole search off. They did end the initial post with this sentence: "I will respect whoever is able to find the envelope." Hints were promised to be posted throughout the day. The first one was given right away. The clue was in code, deciphered and found to be in a primitive form of kana input that spelled out Akihabara. The second hint came later on that day. This hint was far more cryptic, only being the number 11. While most were confused and requested more information, one poster had come forward claiming they already found the envelope, and that this envelope had no money in it. That the money itself was either found by someone else in Akiba at some point, or that the OP was just trolling. The OP, however, just told others to pay this person no mind and keep on searching. Things only got more strange from here. About 2 hours after the search had started, OP decided that they should go and check the physical location to see if the money was still there. Turns out, according to OP, the money was gone. But then, OP said they were gonna look a bit more and see if the money was moved somewhere. A little while later, OP claimed to have found the envelope of money after all, stating that original spot was so dark that they simply missed the envelope when looking the first time. And this was when OP began insulting the other people in the thread, mocking their intelligence and claiming he felt they weren't smart enough to actually solve that second riddle. This second riddle still being just the number 11. OP then began demanding that people start proving they were able to solve the riddle, in order to prove that they were smart enough. If they failed to do so, OP threatened to just give the money to a homeless person. But then, only a short while later, they returned and said they lied about finding the money and that it actually was still missing. Then began ranting about how it must have been a homeless person who found the money, that a homeless person could find the money but the Tuchan users could not. Now, maybe OP was upset with how things ended and that this somewhat large amount of money was missing without any explanation, without anyone saying they found it. This was the point when their behavior became even more concerning, when they decided to now hide 10,000 more yen in Akihabara and start to search over. 10,000 is about $100 by the way. But this was when more and more people were losing faith in OP and the story they were telling, saying that OP likely didn't want to give away that much money and took 40,000 yen back to keep for themselves. But then OP came back and was like, "You know what? Yeah, I did take back my money. It wasn't a homeless person and it wasn't missing. I just took it back and lied because you all weren't smart enough to solve my riddles the first time." OP then claimed to have put back the 40,000 yen where the 10,000 yen was, thus having 50,000 yen hidden in Akihabara once more. You guys still following me here? I sure hope so, because this was when the posts became even more unhinged. With OP claiming that, while the money was there now, they may just decide to go and take it all back again if those searching weren't smart and quick enough. Honestly, at this point, if I was in this thread, personally, I would have just been like, okay, this person's a little unhinged and they're probably trolling. This ain't worth my time. Though, many in this thread saw it very differently. They saw OP's taunts as a challenge and they accepted said challenge, not liking the insults they were receiving from OP and wanting to prove them wrong. As time went on, though, more people lost hope in this whole thing and the thread just turned into an argument regarding if anything OP said at all was real. But then, OP returned yet again and provided some disturbing details. According to OP, yes, they did lie about hiding the money yet again, but then claimed that they did hide something that first time around, but they never said it was money. Looking back at the very first post, they did say 50,000 was hidden, but they never said 50,000 yen specifically. OP then claimed that the envelope instead contained cockroaches. They then stated that the 50,000 yen was still hidden somewhere in Akiba, but it was not in an envelope, it was just money that wasn't in anything at all. Okay, Okay, let's pause. Now, there's no way 50,000 cockroaches were inside an envelope. That's just not physically possible. OP likely saw that they didn't put yen in that first post and went with it as a cop-out. Probably. Possibly. Them taking and putting back 40,000 would only make sense if it's money. Either they're trolling or backing out or just LARPing and seeing how far they can get with this whole thing. But I don't know, man. See, the final outcome is more disturbing than that. Let's continue. More and more readers became outraged, which is only natural at this point. The outrage turned into more arguments more than anyone actually trying to solve the clues. Like the kind of arguments you see your uncle have in political Facebook posts or groups. Or just any argument on a controversial YouTube video, that works too. And OP became increasingly annoyed by the lack of cooperation and eventually snapped. They broke the already present chaos with a long block of text reading "ooh hya 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 hya," which is supposed to be interpreted as a menacing antagonistic laugh. This thread is often referred to as "ooh hya hya" among those in Japan, as this was a very pivotal moment within it. What they said next placed this thread in 2chan infamy. You all should be glad you never found that envelope. Those present began taking the words of OP seriously once more. What exactly did they mean? Some went back to the original few posts. Upon doing so, they found a play on words. When OP wrote, "I'll respect the person able to find the envelope" in Japanese, they wrote it in a rather interesting way that can be read as a pun. You see, it contains characters used that can also mean, "I'll terminate whoever finds the envelope." After that, all the OP provided was more ominous laughing. Now, remember all the mentions of homeless people in the thread, specifically by OP themselves? Days later, according to people online, a homeless man was found deceased in Akihabara. It's unclear how they passed or what happened, but a lot of people were talking about how a homeless person was found. Was this all a coincidence, or was OP at fault? We may likely never know. In precisely the same vein as Moetron and OS-tan, the Nichiura maids are somewhat of a mascot for 2chan, much like how Pepe Frogs kind of became that for 4chan. Nichiura literally means 2chan, it's just written in kanji, though the name of the site is usually written out with English characters by users. The very first maid, Midoi-san, was created in 2004. At this point, I kind of feel like the year 2004 is the golden age for 2chan posts, considering everything that came about this year. Kisaragi Station, Densho Otoko, and a whole lot of other stuff I have yet to talk about. Good and bad. Anyways, Midoi-san was created after a specific poster talked about how neat it would be if they had a maid. The thought then expanded to, what if 2chan had maids? And poof, Midoi-san. The original art went uncredited, and to this day, it's unknown who drew that first image. And this is pretty common when it comes to Nichiura made art because all of it comes about on an anonymous board. At least most of it does. Many more maids were created following Midoi-san, each one representing a specific part of the boards, and they exploded in popularity. Each maid had their own personality, their names were meant to be a play on words that represented their demeanor. Every maid created ultimately shaped the lore of the Nichiura maids as a whole. The maids remained popular for quite some time, with their renown spreading beyond Japan in the form of video parodies and a composition of theme songs. There was also fan art, of course, and merchandise was also produced, including garage kits. The videos and music, however, were commonplace on both Nico Nico and YouTube. Some of the more popular maids were even made playable in the freeware fighting game engine Mugen. The popularity of these characters went beyond that of 2chan. At one time, the Nichiura maids were easily recognizable throughout Japan, especially the more popular ones like Yakui and Iya. These two maids being known for some unsavory things, specifically substance abuse and violence. Remember, these maids are meant to be 2chan mascots, we're not exactly talking about Sanrio characters here. There are a lot of maids in total. Because these characters were created by fans of an anonymous text board, that total number isn't documented. There's even some maids that are claimed to be lost media. That's right, and this may be the most bizarre Japanese lost media I've come across, folks. I found blogs and threads that mention the names of specific maids, but then no images or any details exist of that maid. It's really odd and interesting. However, the Nichiura maid trend eventually faded into obscurity, though is still fondly remembered as a huge part of Japanese internet culture during the mid-2000s, up until 2014 when the original incarnation of the site went down. Another story for another day. I mean, the emoticon cat face on this specific blog kind of summarizes the point in time these characters were popular. I myself definitely remember a point in time where I used this bad boy way too much. A time period that has long passed. The Nevada-tan incident is a very well-known piece of Tucson lore that has spawned a large amount of fan art, cosplay, and memes. Its popularity has even expanded beyond Japan. This topic, or rather, this heinous and tragic incident, is not something to be made light of. Honestly, the fact that the internet found a way to do so is pretty disgusting. Nevada-tan is in reference to a 2004 murder of a 12-year-old girl in an elementary school in Sasebo, a city within Nagasaki Prefecture. The outlandish nature of the story took Tucson by storm at the time. Many were surprised at how young the girl was, as well as the gruesome nature of the crime, having used a box cutter in an empty classroom while school was still in session. The 11-year-old girl, only known by the public as Girl A, acted on this crime because the victim had apparently called her a goody-goody and made fun of her weight online. Further investigation had revealed that the assailant actively consumed gory media and had an unhealthy fascination with it. One example being reading the book Battle Royale and watching its film adaptation. This girl was institutionalized and her real name was never publicly announced due to how young she was. This is where Tucson filled in the blanks. Users on the internet board actively searched for information on Girl A, eventually finding what they believed to be her name as well as a group photo including her within the school's yearbook. Girl A was wearing a sweatshirt from the University of Nevada, Reno, which happens to be the college I attended, and thus she was referred to as Nevada-tan from that point on. The girl has no affiliation with the university, has probably never been to the United States or Nevada. It was just trendy at the time to wear university sweatshirts. Tucson continued to dig up info on this girl as well as make memes and fan art. The glorification of unlikely murderers is an occurrence that still comes about every now and then in Japan. This was a thread, series of threads that took place on 5chan fairly recently in the year 2020. While not a renowned 2chan classic, it's worth mentioning as a little bonus since it's pretty unsettling and interesting. By the way, 5channel is basically the spiritual successor to the now defunct 2chan. Again, another story for another day. I might get into it at some point, we'll see. As the name suggests, the thread was dedicated to sharing photos that supposedly captured real ghosts on film. This thread's activity came about late at night in Japan. Ghost photos themselves have quite the history on 2chan. Many renowned photos first made their appearance on the site before going viral and appearing in convenience store books about urban legends or internet mysteries. Some even made their way on Japanese variety shows like Night Scoop. We will be talking about some particularly famous ghost images later on in this 2chan deep dive series. But here is the thread itself, as well as the scary photos within it. There isn't really a story or any discussion, like I said. Just a bunch of users sharing their creepy, often unexplained, ghost photos late at night. Often without any context, just the image link. It's actually pretty fun going through these Ghost Photo Club threads late at night. A lot of these photos aren't intended to be scary or nefarious. Many are family photos and such, so when you click on one and search the background for the ghost or paranormal activity, you often get a bit of a surprise when you find the ghost. I'll just go ahead and let you guys peep a few. On a brisk early morning in 2007, a 2chan user was outside in Shinjuku. Passing through an alleyway behind a hospital, not another person in sight, they began to hear something unusual. Singing, described as beautiful but weak and haunting. The poster ultimately concluded that the singing was coming from a courtyard of some sort at the back of Keio University Hospital within Shinjuku. With how early in the morning it still was and how dark it was because of that, and the eerie sound of the voice, the poster said they ultimately fled. At around 5 a.m., they made a post on 2chan sharing what they had heard. The response and events that would follow catalog this post in infamy. Let's discuss why that is. Kanagawa, Japan, 1967. A baby girl was born, named Sachiko Kamachi. Her father was a driving instructor and the girl experienced a relatively peaceful childhood. As Sachiko grew, she thrived in all of her pursuits. Fellow elementary school students recalled her as beautiful, popular, and athletic. On top of this, she also had a great deal of musical talent, playing piano since she was only 4 years of age. After pursuing track and field in middle school as well as tennis in high school, Sachiko graduated and moved to the small Kanagawa city known as Atsuki. It was here where she attended Shoin Women's College and graduated. After graduation, Sachiko was hired at a real estate office within Atsuki, leading an adult life as peaceful as her childhood, distinctly removed from the fast-paced lifestyle of the entertainment industry. That is, until one fateful day sometime in 1988. This was when one of her clients happened to be a representative with Stardust Promotion, one of Japan's biggest talent agencies. Sachiko spent the remainder of the 1980s taking up a wide range of modeling gigs, among the most interesting being her time as a karaoke queen. Basically acting in footage that played on screen over a karaoke track. She was also what's known as a racing queen, and was also featured in various videos showcasing her as a model. In 1989, she was given a minor acting role for the drama Shunto. During her time modeling, Sachiko met a man named Daiko Nagato, a prominent music producer. Nagato saw a great deal of musical talent in Sachiko and felt her true potential wasn't lived up to in the modeling world. This was when Sachiko received yet another important offer. And she accepted this offer, and with accepting this offer, she ultimately changed her name to one that's better known throughout Japan today, that name being Izumi Sakai. With this decision, the now Sakai also decided to conceal her true age. Her true 1967 date of birth wasn't to be shown on any profiles moving forward. It was instead listed as 1969. Because so many entertainers and idols in Japan start very, very young, Sakai likely felt that her being even slightly older would make her less valuable in the industry. While sad, the entertainment industry in general just favors those who are younger. That very next year, in 1991, Izumi Sakai would join the 5-member musical group Zard as their lead vocalist. And from here, Izumi Sakai's fame skyrocketed. However, despite her newfound attention and massive fame throughout Japan at this time, she remained humble and very private. Izumi Sakai was also noted to be quite shy.
はい、緊張してます。あ、そうですか。はい。まあですね。キャンペーンをこのところ多くおやりになってらっしゃるそうですけども、はい。メンバー
Following the breakout success of Zard's first album, Goodbye My Loneliness, Sakai very rarely made TV appearances. During the handful of appearances she has made, most notably on the show Music Station, she's seen not wearing makeup and wearing somewhat casual clothes.
結婚の理想と現実の主題歌 Goodbye my loneliness.
Not really a big deal, but many people took note of it at the time. When not recording music, Sakai was often spending time with her family, notably assisting her parents in funding a full home remodel for them. In general, Sakai was just seen as a kind and humble person, often treating those she worked with the utmost respect. It was Sakai's reserved way of life and very rare television appearances that ultimately fueled an urban legend. As I said previously, Zard technically consists of 5 members. Those members being Izumi Sakai, Fumihito Machida, Kosuke Michikura, Hiroyasu Hoshi, and Kimitaka Ikezawa. Despite this, Izumi Sakai was primarily the one who showed up on the album art and who had the most screen time in music videos. This led fans to think that she wasn't the actual vocalist, because of her beauty and lack of public appearances, like some kind of Milli Vanilli situation. However, looking at her sparse TV appearances and live performances, they say otherwise. As the new millennium began, Zard remained very popular and prominent throughout Japan as a musical group. However, it was also around this time when Izumi Sakai's health began to deteriorate. It was in 2001 when Sakai began seeing a doctor for various issues related to her uterus. These are believed to be fibroids and endometriosis, 2 very painful and debilitating conditions. Sakai was able to continue her career pursuits, even beginning to branch out with solo work, though it was in the mid-2000s when her health began deteriorating further. This was when Izumi Sakai was diagnosed with cervical cancer. Around this same time, it was learned that the illness had spread to her lungs. It was also around this time when Sakai began an extended stay at Keio University Hospital to receive treatment. Despite the grim news, Sakai was observed by family, friends, and staff as incredibly optimistic in her ability to get better, continuing to make plans for her solo album. Sakai was often seen taking daily walks around the hospital and going outside to meditate. Another thing many people witnessed her doing was singing. One song in particular that many recall her singing at this time was Makenaide, a song made for Zard. The translation of the phrase Makenaide is don't lose or don't give up. This brings us back to that early morning 2chan post, one that seemingly preceded tragic and significant events.
And now with the news in brief, the female lead singer of the pop group Zard, Izumi Sakai, has died after falling off a hospital stairway. She was 40 years old.
May 26th of 2007. Sakai was discovered behind Keio University Hospital by a passerby at 5:40 a.m. Sakai was brought to the hospital's emergency room and was unconscious. She never regained consciousness again. Izumi Sakai would pass away surrounded by family 1 day later. The place she was found at that morning was her favorite spot to meditate. It had rained heavily the night before, and Sakai likely slipped and fell when walking outside. The passing of Izumi Sakai was officially announced on the 27th. However, seemingly at 5 a.m. on the 26th, the following post was made to 2chan. Hey, someone is singing a Zard song. It's in the plaza behind the hospital at this time. Which hospital? Are you in Shin Okubo as well? Yes. Keio University Hospital. The voice is beautiful, actually. It's weak, though. It somehow feels hollow. Almost as if it could disappear at any moment. It's scary. With the news of Sakai's passing, a screenshot of these posts were spread like wildfire. People were enamored with the knowledge of what Sakai was doing in her final moments of consciousness. If her final words were the lyrics of her own song, her own music, and the last thing she ever did was sing, then this was seen as almost poetic amidst the tragic news of her ultimate passing. It made sense, too. People often saw Sakai singing to herself within the hospital, particularly the more uplifting songs. This truly showed that Izumi Sakai truly loved being a singer at its core, not about the fame of it all. But, as with most things given life on the internet, the more attention they get, the more people will find faults within them and make sure to share these faults with others. And the faults within this post, well, they certainly began to pile up. The way the poster spoke was a bit dramatized for one, as if they were making the occurrence more creepy than it actually would be in real life. And that's not all. You see, the screenshot was everywhere online, but nobody could track down the original post on 2chan itself. To elaborate a bit, 2chan adds these cheeky little titles to the poster's number to show what board the post was made on. While users are anonymous, they get a number and this title. The title is visible in this screenshot. It basically says anonymous person taking a walk. So, to clarify further, every post on this board would be anonymous person taking a walk, but the number is different. This poster was anonymous person taking a walk number 602. These titles are never this specific, and no forum exists that gives the user this specific title. Following this discovery, it wasn't long before the truth behind the post was made clear. Yep. As anticlimactic as this whole 2chan ordeal is, this whole thing was falsified. Made to become a famous Japanese kopipe or copypasta. Nobody ever saw Izumi Sakai singing behind the hospital. It was just a tasteless ploy to spread a fake rumor. And it's now among Japan's most infamous copypastas. As far as who made the image itself, we don't really know. Tracking down the very first use of this image is possible though. And despite many knowing it's fake now, many people who saw the news saw this copypasta and just believed it was real and moved on, believe it's real to this very day. There are still many people out there that believe Izumi Sakai's final words were the lyrics of her own song. The year is 1992, 11 p.m. on a Friday night. The popular mystery television show Night Scoop was on. A long-running show that's still on today that solves mysteries provided by the viewers themselves. Each and every mystery being solved, without fail. Tonight, however, was a bit different. As this week's segment came to a close, the jarring and sudden words "investigation terminated" had appeared on screen. This was the first and only time a mystery on Night Scoop was deemed unsolvable and suddenly dropped like this. The one singular time since its premiere in 1988. Why was that? Was there perhaps more to it? Today, we're exploring an unsolved mystery known as the vinyl rope incident. The mystery itself starts simple enough. An Osaka local wrote into Night Scoop saying that they recently took note of an abundance of vinyl and nylon packing ropes, often used in wrapping parcels for shipment or to mark places for plumbing and construction. These were tied in spots around one of the big stations. This included fences, telephone poles, external plumbing, and other areas where they could be successfully secured around, both large and small. These ties were also varied in color, though there was no visible pattern or correlation with them. This occurrence was sudden and unexplained, having first been noticed around 2 months prior to writing the letter. The person who requested this mystery never caught anyone actually tying them, despite living and working in the area. This was unusual considering the population of Osaka. It's the second largest city in Japan, and the areas around stations generate big crowds on the same level as Tokyo, especially during commutes. In short, we're talking about a general metro area of Japan with a population of over 18 million in 1992. The show's approach and procedures to this mystery are as follows. A comedian brought to Osaka named Makoto Kitano was tasked with the field research. He asked people around the area if they knew anything about these ties and who was responsible for attaching them. Assuming these markers could be in relation to plumbing or construction of some kind, possibly for the city, they also called the local police as well as City Hall. Police as well as City Hall denied any association with it. And nobody in the area knew of or saw anyone doing it. However, the start date of 2 months ago was reiterated. The investigator then went to various stores in the area that sold these ties, hoping one of them would have a record of a large number of these ties being ordered. This was where a lead was finally discovered. The employee of one store had confirmed that they were completely sold out of yellow and blue vinyl ties because they were all purchased at one point by one person. However, when pressed about who, these shop employees were either unable to pull up any record of the order or outright refused to. After this, the host returned to the site of all the ties and investigated further. It was here where he discovered the ties did in fact have somewhat of a pattern to them when looking on a map, and possibly led to something. Perhaps they were used in the same way someone would leave a trail of crumbs or some kind of marker when hiking in the wilderness. The host then decided to follow the ropes from both sides, eventually coming to some end within a secluded alleyway. And what was seen at this spot? More ties. Far beyond what was witnessed before, adding up to hundreds, possibly over 1,000 ties. Yet, that was it. Still no answers regarding to who or why. While the show attempted to remain lighthearted and silly, viewers recalled the scene being visibly different. It was creepy and unsettling. The comedian host was appearing to break character, appearing visibly creeped out in some shots. This is where the investigation was abruptly cut short, at least on camera. The rising tension drastically dropped with Kitano's premature conclusion. That conclusion being this case was unsolvable. His only explanation for why being that this case could not be researched further. At the end of the broadcast, unique text appeared on screen. Text never seen in any other episode. This text was a no-nonsense, no-excuse request not to write in about this case ever again. That there will be no further reports or updates regarding this case, at least from Nightscoop. So yeah, very different in tone compared to the previous episodes of Nightscoop in the 4 years the show had been on air at that point in time. And as you could imagine, it really didn't sit well with viewers. The majority of viewers were very confused. For many, this bizarre episode stuck with them for years. And like many bizarre situations and stories observed in Japan, this case was eventually brought forward and discussed once the internet provided the platform to do so. This topic especially took off within the occult boards of 2chan. Many felt that something supernatural was at play with all the ties, especially due to the pattern they were in, nobody seeing who did it, and the bizarre side of them in general. Due to such interest, a search to find a recording of this episode began. Once that was found and re-uploaded, rewatching the case was still made somewhat difficult. While other Nightscoop episodes are viewable in full on YouTube, some even translated to English, this specific episode is pulled from the internet by the rights holders shortly after any existence occurs online, especially on big sites like YouTube. Those involved with the show did not want this episode to be reviewed, it seemed. The official site also includes zero mention of this episode, though this isn't unusual as there's a lot of episodes. However, removing this specific episode so quickly gave off the impression that the Nightscoop people were trying to cover something up, and that intrigued the fans of the occult boards even more so. Though, that didn't stop forum users and blog posters from getting their hands on the footage online eventually, even though it did get taken down fairly quickly. And when they did, screenshots were taken and the episode was recounted via vivid text description. With my own Japanese knowledge, which is not perfect, far from it, mind you, I'm happy to be able to report that I did find the episode. The re-upload I encountered didn't feature the show's intro or credits, but it does have the complete segment. Honestly, it wasn't too hard to find, and searching the Japanese case title will bring it up. And of course, I can't show too much of this episode due to copyright, but I will show what I can to elaborate points. So, this whole segment is only 13 minutes in length. The message saying that they would not continue the investigation is correct and is in the episode. Here is that specific screen. The wording of it makes it very clear that this investigation was to be abruptly terminated. It appears on screen a bit suddenly, and I can definitely see why this weirded out viewers at the time. Another thing I noticed is that most of the ties are tied very close to the ground, and the majority of them are yellow. The ones in that alleyway are blue. Actual ropes appear to be tied around large objects in addition to this, also very close to the ground. When the host asks that shop clerk about the ties, it's very clear that he is very serious and wants nothing to do with the conversation. The host, Kitano himself, is elated that he found the store the ties came from, but the man running the shop doesn't joke back or smile at all. A few police officers are seen with the same demeanor a little later on when the host tries talking to them. They just walk away. My impression is that they clearly don't see this as a joke either. After this, it cuts to another scene with the host replacing a yellow tie that he removed from a pole at the start of the episode. With that, the text saying not to inquire further shows up, and that's it. The act of him putting the tie back is a little odd too, like context is missing here. So, in addition to conversation on forums, multiple blog posts were created as well. Among the most prominent and useful of these being written by a user who claimed to have been living in that part of Osaka during the early 90s, particularly during that incident and Night Scoop's investigation. He was apparently a student in middle or high school and provides screenshots where he's even seen in the background of the show. In his post, he recounts all the ties being removed from the area following the show's production crew leaving. They were all just suddenly gone. Very much like the locals interviewed on air, this writer of this blog post didn't know much about the root cause of this and who was doing it. But luckily, there exists another incredibly useful blog post, one that archived a few of the forum posts that I mentioned earlier. This included accounts from locals and a possible conclusion to this bizarre mystery. And before we get into that, there is one rather important topic I'd like to discuss first. This is, unfortunately, a topic filled with stigmas and issues. The Japanese population believes heavily in a person's civil duty, feeling that a member of Japanese society involves a great deal of responsibility from a young age to contribute to the greater good of society as a whole. There are benefits to this cultural approach, absolutely. Japan is a very safe country, and those who live there are very helpful and trusting due to this safe environment. In short, when everyone does their part in a community, big or small, change is seen, simple as that. However, an issue that Japan has in conjunction to this is the lack of individual support and a lack of individual representation in many aspects. This includes not wanting to stand out and appear gaudy or overly indulgent. Being an outlier is often seen as a negative thing, at least in my own experience and from what I've heard from other people I know that have lived in Japan. There are not many resources when seeking psychological health in Japan. It's an issue that is severely underaddressed. This causes those needing medical help to avoid doing so because of this stigma. And of course, things have gotten better, but as far as the spring of 1992, there were a lot of difficulties and a lot of things that just were not discussed. This brings us back to the documented accounts of the locals on the forum. Many recounted seeing the person who tied these ropes. The person is described as an older female with a visible mental impairment. Some say it's not immediately visible, while others say it was. Some even use phrasing to insinuate the woman was disabled, past the point of possibly being employed and self-sufficient. Now, why did this woman tie these ties? The possible reason is rather sad, as some accounts say that she did so because she needed assistance returning home and often got lost. Not having anyone to help her despite her disability, she purchased these ties so she could mark her way home and avoid getting lost. Since these ties were later removed, I honestly hope she didn't face further difficulty following their removal. Keep in mind, this possible outcome is not confirmed. There are other possible reasonings, one recounted by Makoto Kitano himself, who you may recall is part of the on-site investigation for that specific episode. During his appearance on a podcast, he recalled the filming of that episode vividly, stating that they did find the woman herself and tried talking to her. This is when they quickly realized that she was unable to coherently cooperate with them. The woman apparently suffered from hallucinations, at least according to Kitano's account, claiming that she was unable to stop tying the ties, that she was literally terrified of stopping. Kitano does not mention anything about finding her way home in the podcast, only that the woman was unable to be interviewed due to severe paranoia and her mental state. They also feared a privacy violation since she lived nearby. This detail of the mystery was never broadcasted, obviously due to her privacy, and not wanting to showcase the unpleasant conclusion. Though, do keep in mind, none of these reasons are confirmed to be real. Some people feel that the whole thing was staged just to boost ratings or creep people out a bit and get some talk generating about the show. That doesn't really make sense to me, but because the ties suddenly vanished, a lot of people feel that may be the case. As I said previously, Nightscoop still remains on the air and airs weekly to this day. However, the nylon rope incident still remains the black sheep, and that one weird episode with that not very pleasant outcome. As far as this mystery itself, it's been 31 years. Who knows if this woman is still in the area or alive and well? I sincerely hope all the attention on this situation helped her in some way. But what do you guys think? I would love to know your views and your own personal takeaways in the comments below. I understand the topics brought forward today are kind of heavy, as well as that my opinions on mental health in Japan and how people with disabilities are treated may have bled through just a little bit. Though if I incorrectly interpreted anything, I do apologize. To summarize my own thoughts and takeaways, I feel support and awareness would be wonderful to those who need it. The nylon ropes case is bizarre and chilling in a way, but the underlying reasons behind it are a bit sad. It's often heard that Japan as a country has observed critically low birth rates. Birth rates that the country has worked hard to attempt in raising. But did you know Japan once saw a time in history with extremely high birth rates? What's defined as a rather sad time in Japanese history? Today I bring you an unusual topic, though that doesn't make it any less important. It's a serious issue in Japan that somehow spawned a creepypasta out of it, and a Vocaloid song. More than one character within the Yakuza games have been inspired by these incidents. Beyond that, coming-of-age novels have been written about children who survived and carried the trauma associated with these horrific incidents. The topic of coin locker babies is one that is well known throughout Japan and has had a tremendous impact on popular culture. And in this video, we're going to talk about it. Showa-era Japan is a time period in history that's often romanticized as well as appreciated for its aesthetic. Between city pop, Showa idols, a simpler way of life, and just the general feel of that era in Japan, I can see why. However, what people don't typically discuss are the darker elements of it. There were clashing political views between generations, higher crime rates, and today's topic. This form of child abandonment first emerged in the decades following post-war Japan, primarily in the 1970s and 80s. In Japan, in train stations and the areas nearby them, there exist these temporary lockers, referred to as coin-operated lockers. These lockers are often used to store luggage, groceries, or anything you don't want to carry around with you while you're out and about town. It's a convenient service that works well with the Japanese city lifestyle of train commutes and constant walking. You simply pay for the duration of time you want the locker for. However, some women in Showa-era Japan saw this as a grim opportunity, for it's the nature of these lockers, the short-term period in which they're used, where many assume that they would be checked frequently by other people as well as train station attendants. This gave way to a use that was not foreseen in the slightest. For these lockers started being used as a means to abandon newly born infants. These infants were just left here. Both babies who are alive and those who did not make it. Because these infants are left here when nobody's around to see who did it, they were often not discovered in time. The coin lockers, depending on area, are not checked as frequently as one may assume. Some of these victims are not discovered until days, weeks, or months later. And as time went on, these occurrences became more and more frequent, observed as a serious epidemic in highly populated cities like Tokyo and Osaka. These coin locker babies continue to be discovered routinely well into the 1990s. Now, many of you out there are likely wondering how somebody could possibly do this, let alone fathom the thought. There are a number of reasons that are attributed to these incidents, though every case is different. Unfortunately, societal and economic reasons are often to blame. Single pregnant women in Japan are often faced with a lot of negativity. The topic of intercourse in itself is often hushed and not discussed, to the point that it's seen as a taboo in everyday life, or simply too private a matter to speak to somebody about. A single pregnant mother has potential to be scrutinized and shunned. This could lead to isolation. Medical procedures to terminate a pregnancy have been equally scrutinized. And if the mother is still just a teen or older and unmarried, further scrutiny is possible. The option of termination is legal in Japan, however does require the consent of the father in order to proceed in most cases. If the pregnancy is a secret, this could lead to further reluctancy. Historically, women have earned less income than men. This complicates the situation of a single mother even further. In short, a combination of traditional expectations, commonly perceived taboos, and lack of financial stability can lead to the isolation of the expecting mother. While each of these tragic situations are different, this isolation is sadly what could lead to these horrible coin locker incidents. Now, there is somewhat of a silver lining in regards to all this. The surge in coin locker baby discoveries eventually made way for laws and certain things to be put in place to prevent these issues or rectify them in some way. Safe haven laws are in place in many parts of the world. These are laws that allow mothers to anonymously leave children in safe places like hospitals and fire stations. The areas created to place the babies are heated and secure. Medical attention is alerted to come to the hatch if it's opened and activated. It was in the year 2007 when Japan created its own baby hatch system known as the White Stork's Cradle. It has saved the lives of 155 babies thus far. However, the very first actions taken were in the 1980s. Coin lockers were physically moved to more populated areas and became supervised at all times. Uma Nibu, a women's liberation movement, brought forth the issue of taboo and the scrutiny of the mothers themselves as well. It was in 1993 that rules were put in place that addressed each situation differently, depending on the age of the infant and whether or not they were alive when born. Different situations received different charges. Options in birth control became more prominent as well. AC Japan started airing various PSAs to educate both men and women on this topic. And currently, decades later, Japan is observing record lows in the birth rate itself. In 2022, it reached an all-new record low and has been dropping significantly each year for the past 7 years. And the reasons associated with the shrinking Japanese populace are very similar to the reasons behind those coin locker baby incidents all those decades ago. Those still being taboo, cultural expectations, and financial limitations. In modern times, the tragic discoveries of coin locker babies have decreased significantly. It still does happen, though when they do, they're often news headlines and not something that's commonly seen. In the past 20 years, there have been only 3 publicized big incidents involving coin locker babies. In short, this epidemic is a thing of the past and rarely occurs nowadays, though it now remains one of the darker attributes of a time in Japan that has long passed. The effects and remnants of this still remain in the media though, most prominently from a well-known Vocaloid song and a creepypasta that made its way onto Japanese forums. The song is titled Coin Locker Baby, and it's by an artist known as Maretu. It was created with the Hatsune Miku Vocaloid software and tells a rather unpleasant story. One easily concealed by a rather upbeat song. The speaker talks about building up the result of a non-existent secret between themselves and someone they loved but were heartbroken by. What they were building up was a pregnancy. They then placed the baby into a locker as the baby reminded them of the person who broke their heart. What follows is a toxic on and off relationship the speaker continues with the father and later other men. This causes more hardship and more pregnancies that end in tragedy. This girl becomes more and more regretful as the song goes on, carrying the trauma and remorse she eventually comes to feel as she plans to stop when she has a baby that she determines as perfect. There was once a girl who was lonely and lacked family structure. She was also recently heartbroken for the very first time. by her first love who simply used her and discarded her when he got bored. The girl clung to this man and relied on him for emotional support. She was never truly loved before and yearned for it beyond anything else in this world. The man who broke her heart was an older man whom she looked up to. She longed to grow up and become a woman to be a part of his world, but these hopes were naively made. Later on, the girl found out she was pregnant, and this made her very, very scared. The only action she took upon realizing her pregnancy was to just ignore it. Being young and naive, she just hoped it would go away. Though, as her child grew and she became larger, she went to meet with the man who broke her heart and explain the whole situation. Still desperately holding on to some kind of hope in being with him and having a family, and ultimately finding happiness in that. The man, however, shoved her away and responded with nothing short of disgust. He looked at her with an empty expression and simply said he did not care, that their child was solely her problem. And when the time came finally for her to give birth, the baby was alive and healthy. Strangely calm, not crying or uttering any sound, yet calmly staring at her. Making eye contact with her child for the very first time, she felt overwhelmed. Weak and still in pain from what she just experienced, she panicked further, picking herself up and rushing to the nearest train station. As she placed the baby into that cold, small locker, she saw him open his eyes and look to her once again, making no sound. It felt as though he was almost judging her. She panicked further, slammed the door shut, and ran away, telling herself over and over that someone would find him and that he would be okay. As the days and weeks passed by, as she passed the locker each day on her way to school, she noticed that the locker remained closed still. At this point, she expected it to be eventually opened and covered with yellow tape, showing the finality of her actions, but that day never came. Eventually, those months turned into years, and the girl was now a woman, engaged to a man that loved her and treated her very well. She was pregnant once again, 7 months along, and happy to have the family she always yearned for. It was late one night when she walked through that very same station, on her way home after her final day of work before her maternity leave. It was within this station that she witnessed a boy in red overalls, pacing frantically back and forth and wailing. Her maternal instinct appeared to kick in, and the woman was rushed to the boy without thinking. As she did, the hall began to darken and grow cold. She bent down to meet his gaze and stopped him from pacing. The boy refused to look up at her. He only looked downward at the floor. "Are you all right? Where is your mother?" she asked. After an almost eternal pause, the boy finally looked up to her and responded. That's when she realized it. That gaze, the gaze belonging to this boy, was the very same one she witnessed all those years ago. For it was the very same gaze as the baby she abandoned. Feeling that very same state of panic, she didn't even hear him respond. When he said, "It's you." The very next morning, the station staff discovered a disturbing sight. A trail of fluids leading into one of the coin lockers. Within the locker and surrounding door of it, there was a series of handprints belonging to a child. Small and varying in size, it could have been multiple children. No bodies were ever found. And that's the tale of the coin locker baby creepypasta. While the identity of the author is unknown, the story almost feels like a warning. Perhaps warning others to not make the same decisions the mothers of the coin locker babies have in the past. This Japanese commercial reported on the recent death of the actor who was featured within it. As the commercial aired and played on TV to the public. And not only that, they completely censored out his face. The end result is not only jarring but also pretty scary. Online users in Japan remember it vividly for this reason. So, why did they do this? The way Japan handles the public image and creative works of a celebrity following their passing differs greatly from how Western cultures typically do. What I mean by that is Japan tends to wipe the celebrity from the public eye, whereas America or other Western countries tend to showcase them and profit off of their works. The topic of today's video is a famous Japanese urban legend with a bizarre instance of this, involving a pickle commercial of all things. Today's topic is the Tsukemonoya obituary commercial. Our story tentatively begins in 2010 on Japanese social media platform Mixi. It was on Mixi itself, or rather a thread on Mixi, where a user shared a childhood memory that irked them to that day, one they still found pretty scary.
Discovered this from a Mixi topic. Incidentally, I have a vague recollection from my childhood of an eerie commercial for a pickle shop with the subtitle, "This man's name passed away the other day due to cause of death," displayed below a man speaking from the screen. The commercial was edited to hide the man's face and show only his hand. And eventually, the man's voiceover disappeared, replaced by another man's voice, and the commercial itself went off the air.
It seems that this commercial once featured the likeness of this actor, but that likeness was now censored as much as possible from the commercial following their death. Even the actor's own voice was dubbed over eventually, scrubbing away as much as possible of anything that resembled or belonged to the deceased actor. Naturally, others were intrigued. Some even recalled seeing the advertisement themselves when it aired. A few questions began to emerge with this initial post. Who was the actor who died? What specific brand was the commercial advertising for? There's also the basic question of when exactly. What year did this variant of the commercial air, and when did it stop being shown? When was it inevitably replaced with that dubbed version? There was also the mystery of whether or not this advertisement was local or broadcasted throughout Japan as a whole. Following the initial buzz on Mixi, online interest migrated to other sites, most notably 2chan.
If this is true, it would have gone through 3 edits. A commercial shown during and after, going through 3 edits would be amazing. I mean, commercials for pickle shops themselves are rare, and the only 2 that run nationwide ads are Fujiko and Tokai Pickling. There's a chance this commercial was local. If they can't just make a new ad, especially after the performer dies, the company itself can't be that big.
That bit about the pickle shop has had me thinking. It's a unique detail, right? Shouldn't this be a bigger part of the investigation itself? I'm sure more theories will come in, like what happened with Hitogata, but first I want to ask people if they remember a pickle commercial specifically.
Reminds me of a commercial I've seen. It said something like, "This concert would have a different conductor due to the death of the plant conductor."
Oh, that one was found and put on Nico Nico. By the way, it was local to Miyagi. These edits you mentioned, they're eerily similar to SunSkip, don't you think?
美味しくってヘルシーな SSK のサンスキップ。好きです。SSK。お酒の魚 SSK のオードブルツナが大好きな主人。好き。
And from here, speculation only continued. Somebody even created a recreation video of Tsukemonoya at one point.
農家の方が丹精込めて作ってくださった野菜をね、ありがたく頂戴したいものですね。
深海漬物です。
It was at this point in time when online users began brainstorming possible theories, and two fairly popular theories have emerged, these two being the Arihiro Fujimura theory and the Q Sakamoto theory. Let's begin with the latter. Q Sakamoto was a well-known musical artist in Japan, even garnering Western fame for his song Ue o Muete no Aruko under its localized title of Sukiyaki. And while sukiyaki is a Japanese dish, the song itself has nothing to do with it, by the way. Sakamoto was born Hisashi Sakamoto in 1941 within Kawasaki City. He was active in the entertainment industry from 1958 up until his 1985 passing. And while primarily known for his music, Sakamoto had amassed a great deal of television appearances over the years as well. Sakamoto's passing was unexpected and part of a massive tragedy. In 1985, he was among those aboard Japan Airlines Flight 123, known today as the deadliest single aircraft incident in the history of aviation. He left behind his wife and two daughters. Now, Q Sakamoto was in pickling-related commercials during his career, most notably for a company known as Tokai Pickling during the 1980s. Due to the timing of the Tokai Pickling advertisements as well as his sudden and unexpected passing, he is a candidate for the obituary commercial. Next, there's Arihiro Fujimura. Born within Chiyoda, a ward of Tokyo in 1934, Fujimura was both an actor as well as voice actor. His acting credits are extensive. However, he's probably best known in the voice acting world for his work on Cyborg 009.
Hello, everybody! Merry Christmas!
He was known to have spent the majority of his life within Chiyoda as well as Kanda, Tokyo. These are two wards of Tokyo that are very close to each other. Arihiro Fujimura had passed away suddenly in March of 1982. During a broadcast of his radio show, Fujimura required emergency assistance and was hospitalized due to his diabetes worsening. This was a pre-existing condition that he was already diagnosed with. A couple of days later, after entering a diabetic coma, Fujimura passed away at age 48. His passing was sudden, especially since he was only in his 40s and still very active in the media at the time. Fujimura's last credited role was for a pickled foods commercial. This is mentioned in his Japanese Wikipedia article. This tweet also mentions the final acting credit, and that he also spoke Korean and Chinese within the commercial. And also that it was aired for years following his passing due to the commercial not featuring his face to begin with. However, there's also tweets that mention the face wasn't cropped out originally.
Around the same time or a little later, I think Arihiro Fujimura did a commercial for Tsukemonoya Shinshin. He wears Chinese clothes and a hat and pronounces things in several languages in a fake foreign cosplay medley, such as Shin 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 in a Chinese style. This kind of fake foreign language was Arihiro Fujimura's specialty.
A third, less popular theory is the local commercial theory. Because properties were reused rather than simply shooting a new commercial, it's speculated that the company being advertised for was a small local pickling shop that didn't have much funding for advertising as a big corporation would. For that reason, they simply couldn't afford reshooting a new commercial, but could perhaps afford to make some small edits, such as cropping the ad and eventually dubbing over it. Now, using a celebrity for a small local commercial is a bit unusual, but not unheard of. Perhaps it was broadcasted in a city or prefecture that the actor was from. This is why I explicitly mention where Fujimura and Sakamoto were born and raised. Due to the timing of the passing of these two celebrities, as well as the reports of eyewitnesses, the year has been narrowed down to between 1982 and 1985. However, some swear they saw this commercial on TV precisely in 1982. Key details of this search and the information that's been gathered thus far has been shared to Japan's Lost Commercial Wiki, a site known to many Japanese online users as simply the Labyrinth. This is due to the sheer volume of lost Japanese commercials and PSAs there are out there. The Tsukemonoya obituary commercial would become one of the site's most popular next to the usual suspects, such as Hitogata and Joruri. That second one, Joruri, being an online commercial that came about based on a lot of online hearsay, and it's now believed by many to be found. The ad itself is from the early 90s, talking about the dangers of street scams. That in itself wasn't too terrifying, but the puppet featured within it was kinda scary.
誘い言葉が売り言葉。怖い話に変わります。電話やハガキによる呼び出しに注意しましょう。
And this isn't the only case of a scary lost Japanese commercial spread on internet rumors and the after effects of traumatizing childhood memories eventually surfacing and proving itself to be genuine.
警察庁からのお願いです。加藤三郎29歳。爆発物不法所持の容疑者。身長165センチ。鼻の左にほくろ。この顔にピンときたら110番。
This lost commercial was just found within the past 30 days, known in Japan as the Wanted Criminals broadcast. Online users often claim to have seen this disturbing bumper late at night as a kid. Now, an unfortunate similarity between the obituary pickle commercial and that of Hitogata is that they've both existed as mysteries on the internet for quite some time now. With the first known mention of the obituary commercial being in 2010, we don't really know if any other developments will occur. It was unlikely if any would, as Hitogata has kind of gone cold as well. But then, almost out of nowhere, a development had occurred.
Shinshin. 中国語で言いますと、新鮮、ずらりと心身。今日も明日もご飯に心身、漬物なのです。
What was this it? This footage was discovered very recently in only June of 2023 by Twitter user Seol Uyama, and it featured none other than Arihiro Fujimura. Here's what the Twitter user's post had to say.
Shin Shin Pickles. I found this version of the commercial with the actor's face cropped out. He, Fujimura, was good at reciting lines from foreign languages. He speaks Chinese briefly here, which partially matches the testimony of him speaking multiple foreign languages in the commercial. Apologies if this info is wrong or posted elsewhere already.
Looks pretty similar to the descriptions I've provided, doesn't it? And in case anyone is wondering about that Chinese bit mentioned, Fujimura does use the Chinese pronunciation for Shinshin right here.
Shinshin.
However, regardless of all these similarities, there are some caveats. Did this specific advertisement air in the 1980s? The broadcast recorded in this video had aired way back in 1973. Various sources state this was a long-running campaign, so that part adds up. The part where Fujimura's face was cut out a whole 9 years prior to his passing does not. One account did say that this commercial never featured his face to begin with, while another claimed that he wore costumes and his face was clearly visible. Maybe there were different versions of the commercial from the start. Or perhaps the ad was never changed to begin with, but the death announcement was added on screen following the actor's passing. And then the dub. So, to recap, the air date of this found commercial was well before Fujimura's death 9 years prior, and the face was already cropped out, though we have no confirmation of additional versions. This includes the 1982 obituary variant. That is, if it does exist. I do, however, know this, that the next Shinshin Pickles commercial would not be produced until 3 years following Fujimura's passing.
しみじみ日本人だな。
お漬物は心身。
So, my theory is this. This found commercial was likely shown between the early 1970s up until 1982 or even 1985. Though the additional edits, that being the obituary message as well as the later dub, following between 1982 and 1985. So, as far as that eerie message and the dubbed over version, they have yet to surface. But what do you think about all this? Do you think that this ad is still out there, having nothing to do with what's been found thus far? Or do you perhaps think that the Shinshin Pickles commercial is the lost commercial in all its glory? Let me know in the comments. Further discussion and brainstorming is what helps these searches along after all. As far as the opinions of those in Japan, many are convinced that the Shinshin Pickles commercial is the advertisement that was lost. Though nothing has been definitively confirmed. Not yet, at least. This 1987 Japanese commercial saw bizarre and unusual changes made to it after airing for many years. What were these changes? I'm going to show you the original and edited versions of this commercial and you can see for yourself.
SSK のサンスキップ好きです SSK お酒の魚 SSK のオードブルツナが大好きな主人好きじゃじゃーん1、2、3スキップ1、2、3スキップ3スキップおいしいよおいしくってヘルシーな SSK のサンスキップ好きです SSK お酒の魚 SSK のオードブルツナが大好きな主人好きじゃじゃーん
Did you catch that? For some reason, the company made a decision to omit the likeness of the woman playing the mother entirely. Not only that, but those edited shots seem to have included new freeze frames instead of the shots of the mother, and the music becomes slightly off-pitch with these edited shots. So instead of showing that mother character anything of her at all, they instead opted to show these jarring and very forced freeze frames instead. Even watching this myself for the first time, I recall being taken aback and very confused. Also a bit creeped out. Why did they do this in the first place? Back when this video was still in development, I even teased it on my Instagram account, asking viewers what they thought had happened. And people definitely had varying answers and opinions. Though, despite all of the comments I had received, not a single one had correctly guessed what had happened with this commercial. Today we're going to be looking at what's referred to as the SunSkip commercial mystery, an infamous 2chan topic and internet mystery. Let's start from the top. SunSkip is a Japanese canned fish brand produced by company SSK or Shimizu Shokuen Kaisha since the 1930s. They've had many commercials over the decades, though SunSkip is the best remembered and the only one to be edited like this. This specific commercial, complete with unique jingle, began airing in the early 80s, though the version with the woman edited out was not introduced until around 1987. Like I said, that original version with the woman's face ran for years before they decided to revise it. If this was just a simple creative decision, wouldn't they revise it sooner? And for lack of better words, wouldn't it just simply look better? What's interesting, aside from the timing of everything, is how off the crop shots look. Most notably, this one with the foods at the table. They cropped out the actress holding the tuna can with the brand name and logo on it, the actual product they're advertising for, and instead show the foods on the table with no identifiers or markers as to who's advertising it. You would think that they would begin that shot with their hands and the product itself. Instead, they avoid it entirely and freeze on this off-centered shot of the food for a bit instead. From a marketing standpoint, that's a bit odd, almost as if they had no choice but to remove her hands. It appears odd, hastily done even. Many online users found these edits suspicious. The initial 2chan post says it best. The canned food manufacturer SSK's SunSkip commercials were broadcasted during the Supertime time slots. For some reason, the image of the important product is out of focus in the edited shots. The editing is strange and unnatural looking. Looking at these edits, I can't help but think, did something happen? Many users agreed, including this detailed post mentioning some logical possibilities they recalled being discussed in the 1980s up until that time of posting. Was it edited because the actor's contract expired and she couldn't show her face in the ad anymore? The quality of the editing is not suitable for airing, though. Furthermore, they kept this advertisement up for quite some time. Was it perhaps a problem with sponsors or production costs? Did the original tape containing the advertisement get damaged in some way? Was the master tape lost at some point over the years? Or maybe, just maybe, they intended to do this so it would look like a broadcast incident and appeal to the viewer and stand out in their mind even more. All of these theories, for the most part, seem believable. However, more disturbing rumors and theories surfaced by many as well. The majority had assumed that something bad had happened to the actress playing the mother, where SSK was left with no choice but to remove her face and likeness entirely. Either that or she committed some kind of crime. These darker theories ended up becoming more popular among those discussing SunSkip, and these theories also made sense. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Entertainers are often banished from the media if they've done something illegal or scandalous. Wiping an entertainer entirely from a piece of media following their passing has also occurred. If you're familiar with my video on Tsukemonoya or the pickle obituary commercial, then you're already familiar with something like that. This commercial was also uncovered, announcing the death of a conductor in an advertisement for an orchestra and replacing the original advertisement with that original conductor with a new last-minute version. Unfortunately, Tsukemonoya may or may not remain lost media. And here's the thing. At this point in time, in 2001, both versions of the SunSkip commercial were lost media too. Everyone in this thread was going off of memory and recollections. But what's so interesting about this is that many users remembered seeing the commercial, down to the lyrics of the jingle itself, and their memories all matched up. This SunSkip commercial in both forms had aired nationally for a huge portion of the 1980s, so that made sense. As more and more people said they remembered this advertisement down to the channels, time slots, and dates it aired, the search efforts only grew. Technology was a bit lacking in 2001, however, and not many people out there were equipped to rip and upload a VHS tape back then. Though, 7 years later, in 2008, interest surged once again with a new thread and plenty of posts elsewhere online. It would take another 5 years beyond this, in 2013, for the commercial to be recovered, or at least one version of it. The version found ended up being that edited variant. At this point, some wondered if the version with her face even existed at all, but many swore by it. It wasn't until more years later, in 2021, that the original version of the commercial, the one with the woman's face, was found. And that gave online users a lot more to work with, to officially confirm that the commercial was edited to remove that woman specifically. So, next question. One I myself and many of you out there are likely wondering, just who was that woman in the commercial? Why was the woman removed? Did something really happen? Likely something involving her? Online users began trying to figure out who she was. And finally, this post was made in 2013. It was around this time when a user on 2chan had recalled seeing her fairly recently. According to this poster, the woman who played the mother in the SunSkip commercial was now a jazz singer, and they had recognized her from her jazz shows. Apparently, again according to this poster, they had become a jazz singer in the 1990s and was active at the time of this post, that time being in 2013. At that very point in time in 2013, any user reading that post could just go and see her perform. You know that SunSkip commercial mentioned in the previous thread? The one where the mother's character was in the picture when it first aired, but then suddenly cut off from the screen with only her voice left? Well, I've seen this actress before recently. And you can't imagine my surprise to hear so many awful things being talked about here. Horrible things like death, serious illnesses, and crime. The truth is that she's still very healthy and has been active as a jazz singer for about 15 years now. Though, of course, people began questioning this user and researching this themselves. And it was here when this site was discovered featuring her. She performed at this specific jazz club within Hanamatsu City. Her stage name was clearly listed, that name being Saito Itsuki Felicia. A blog post was also discovered mentioning her vocal talent at this jazz club. They had nothing but good things to say about Saito and included plenty of photos of her performing. And Googling her stage name brings up plenty of photos of her performing as well, even some from recent commercials. She definitely has a presence online, though I was unable to confirm if she was playing at that jazz club still. I mean, personally, my mom loves jazz and I would love to bring her to see one of Saito's shows if she was still around playing. But yeah, long story short, the actress seems to be doing very well today and maintains a healthy and fulfilling career. But then, if that's the case, why did they censor the advertisement? Why did they wipe her away from the commercial completely? We still don't have answers as to why that happened and why they did that. I mean, those edits are still pretty bizarre. Well, then came this post, written by somebody claiming to have spoken to a relative who had this actress and singer as a mutual friend. Also included within this post was a video. What you just saw was a commercial for a completely different canned food brand by a company known as Hotte. This commercial began airing in 1987 and featured that same exact actress from the SunSkip commercial. Was this something she was allowed to do? Apparently yes, and here's why. The original SunSkip advertisement began airing in the early 1980s. I myself couldn't find the exact date, but it's definitely at some point before 1985. The actress who played the mother had a contract that required her to be exclusive for a number of years. However, by 1987, that exclusivity period ran out. This allowed the actress to perform in other tuna ads, namely this one where she's also a mother with some kind of dance routine involved. This supposedly became problematic for SunSkip's own campaign, as this new Hotte commercial was broadcast on the same channels and even during the same time slots and commercial breaks as that of the original SunSkip spot. So what did they do? Rather than create a new advertisement altogether, especially if it meant discontinuing such a successful commercial, they made last-minute edits and cuts to remove the actress. So that way, the two commercials and their competing brands wouldn't be confused with each other. In addition, this poster also shared information on other commercials Saito was in during her time acting. By the way, the person who played the mother appeared in many commercials in the late 70s to the early 90s. She's affiliated with the management company Oscar and has worked with various brands such as 7-Eleven, beverages, banks, newspaper companies, and automobiles. You can even still find and watch commercials she did for butter cookies and toy makers. These commercials were made during the SunSkip era, that being the early to mid-80s. And once again, this is all according to a post claiming to explain what happened. The level of credibility certainly is unknown, but I will say it does add up and does make sense. Especially since what's concrete is that the actress is still alive and active and well today. The commercial was not edited because of her passing or because anything bad had happened. The timing of the two advertisements, those being the revised SunSkip ad and Hotte, are pretty telling as well. So, for the most part, it seems like the internet got its answer, and the Japanese internet is convinced. Especially after the full unedited commercial was recovered only 2 years ago. Found media and actual answers to questions are uncommon with creepy internet mysteries like this, so it's refreshing to talk about some actual success stories and online rumors being proven true. It is not something I get to do often. However, that doesn't make that edited version of the commercial any less creepy. At least to me. This urban legend is infamous to online users in Japan, and the thing is, it could be an urban legend, or it could be a completely valid and real collection of files that is now lost media. This story begins in 2006. This was the year that a highly concerning file was supposedly leaked online. This file is recalled as specifically being leaked to Winnie, a Japanese peer-to-peer file-sharing program that was popular and frequently used around this time. This Winnie program itself was downloaded through 2chan itself, as an archived version of the defunct webpage, and 2chan Thread states. Winnie was especially popular to 2chan users, as the file-sharing service had the same appeal as 2chan itself did. This was because both web pages could be utilized anonymously, and as you can imagine, this could provide a platform to share and discuss various unsavory topics and activities. Among these was a disturbing file referred to as the Achan file. Within this file is said to be a collection of images arranged in a way that tell kind of a narrative. All photos feature the same woman pictured throughout various milestones of her life. While reports vary regarding the specific photos in the file, most accounts state that the series of images begin with the woman's school entrance ceremony, followed by later life milestones and images of the woman taken when traveling or on vacation. The claims also deny any risque or suggestive photos existing within the file. At the very end of the collection, the very final photos are said to take a disturbing turn, as these photos, or photo depending on the account, show the woman at her funeral, within a casket after she had passed on. Some claim the woman's face is visible, while others state it was a photo of the woman herself that was placed on top of the coffin. Some online had touted outlandish tales of this file being cursed. That it finds you, whether it's forwarded suddenly or presented online. It finds you when it's ready to find you. Some legends claim that the files add photos each time a user opens it, that each file is added at the end and is a photo of the viewer at their very own funeral, suggesting they're next. While plenty of accounts can be found on Twitter, blogs, and elsewhere online, the file itself remains lost and its existence unconfirmed. In addition to the accounts, frequent mentions of Achan's file's curse can be found as well. The topic of the Achan file was featured within an original video anthology series known as The Curse of 2chan. 8 volumes of the series were made between 2010 and 2014. Each episode details real events that had occurred within the site's boards. Its inclusion in the series is noteworthy because this series focuses on substantial events and confirmed occurrences. It doesn't really touch on things that are unconfirmed to exist, which suggests that the file and threads discussing it could have still been floating around at the time this video was made and directly used as sources. Mentions of the Achan file go as far back as an infamous virus known as the Kintama virus. This malicious spyware spread throughout P2P programs at the time, and this could prove to be quite telling of the file's origins. The virus is known for extracting images off the user's computer, for them to be later posted online without their knowledge or permission, among other awful things. And for that reason, many speculate that the Achan file are files that come from somebody's personal computer and were extracted by the Kintama virus. Now, the earliest surviving mentions of the Achan file that can be found are within archive threads discussing Winnie specifically, with some referring to the girl in the photos as Akemi-chan rather than Achan. Some also claim that these photos were taken from a family member's personal computer by the Kintama virus, and that it was originally somebody's personal memories of this girl, possibly named Akemi. This information was uncovered by Japanese YouTuber the Tubero, highly recommend by the way, who put a great amount of effort in locating the source of these rumors and potentially the file itself. While the file itself remains lost media and it's unknown if it still exists online in any form now, many mentions of the file still remain. Not all of them, and not the very first mentions, but there are still plenty online. The Tubero themselves believes that the file itself definitely existed, as there's just too much discussion among those who saw it, in addition to some recognizing the girl as Akemi, for it to just be a spooky rumor. In addition, the Tubero was able to locate records of a file similar to Achan. This one supposedly contains photos of a couple, but ended with images of the funeral of one of their grandparents. The photos could have been stolen by the Kitama virus and may have contained the virus as well. The program Winnie is still around today, but it's common knowledge how dangerous using it can be. It's also just not commonly used in this day and age anymore. So if you ever do encounter a file like the Achan file, just don't open it. Just don't. Geez, how do I even begin explaining this one? Okay, so the Samejima incident is a supposed incident that was frequently mentioned on 2chan. These mentions were often fleeting in nature, and the conversation of those claiming to know about it did not provide much, if anything at all. What was claimed is that these incidents were heavily covered up by the Japanese government and the Public Safety Intelligence Agency. It's something apparently so heinous that it cannot be discussed. The first surviving mention was recorded in the year 2001 on the information boards. The thread was titled, "Let's Discuss the Legendary Samejima Thread." According to the thread's creator, Samejima had become a legendary topic on the boards already, but despite that, the original thread from years ago, describing the details of the Samejima incident, was removed at some point. The LP was asking if anyone knew what happened and why that original thread was now gone. They also claimed to have been shocked when they read this supposed original thread for the first time. Now, despite all of this, not a single detail of what happened and what the incident involves is mentioned, and the way it was written seemed to be intentional so viewers would become confused and curious. There were some posters in there who started incorporating details of the incident in small and cryptic fragments. There were also a lot of people who claimed to have read the original thread too and were highly disturbed by it. The Samejima incident would go on to be frequently mentioned on the site, but when it would always be super secretive and cryptic and involve people talking about how taboo the topic itself was rather than elaborating anything. With how many people were out there claiming to know about the incident but not talk about it, it was kinda clear that this whole thing was just becoming a massive inside joke within the 2chan community and a way to mess with the users that weren't clued in. There were eventually users who would become annoyed when the Samejima incident topic was brought up in discussion, telling people to just stop or answer that it was a dumb joke when clueless users asked about it. Now, at the very same time, some users still took the topic very seriously and told people it was a dark element of 2chan's early days that they're too afraid to speak of. In the years to follow, publications and media would discuss the Samejima incident, or rather the phenomenon of it. Some believe it's among 2chan's most infamous urban legends. To this day, mentions of the incident are still seen on 5chan and other surviving text and image board sites, which some say it's kind of something that's passed down from generation to generation now. When comparing, there are more people who believe it's just an elaborate and long-standing inside joke, and a tremendous amount of users remain faithful and committing to the bit and thus creating a false sense of reality, if that is the case. There is no confirmation if there really is a Samejima incident to this day, and if there is, it's very well concealed. So much so that I cannot even tell you what the heck this incident entails myself, but I do suppose that is for the best. The horrors of the Samejima incident are not for the faint of heart. Perhaps we should move on. This thread isn't creepy for its contents, but rather its lack of contents and bizarre patterns of activity within it. So, the original post was made way back on July 10th of 2006. The prompt was innocent enough. Simply the OP asking what TV network was best at providing high-quality live footage in their broadcasts. The thread received no responses following this. If anyone out there has any opinions regarding this, please share them in the comments though. Fuji TV is pretty banger in my opinion. Yeah, they're pretty good. With ultimately no responses, the thread went cold and forgotten, sinking to the bottom with a plethora of other long untouched threads within the site. That is until December 7th of 2008, 2.5 years later. It was at this point that a second post was finally received on this thread. It simply read, "Why is this thread so empty?" The poster may have found the topic interesting and was simply surprised to see it never received any engagement. But then a third response showed up. A response that read "Koko ni iru yo," or "I'm here," was given only 30 seconds after this new 2008 post. So, little recap. We got that initial 2006 post, the one asking about the quality of live broadcast footage. And then we have these two posts from 2008, from separate users, which 2chan does show you if it's a separate user or not based on IP address, and they're 30 seconds within each other. Now, the way 2chan threads work is that they don't necessarily float to the top when there's recent activity unless the poster allows it to be bumped. So yeah, typically the thread would be bumped to the top, but if you put a phrase that indicates that you want it to stay under in your response to the thread, it will not be bumped to the top, and that's exactly what happened in the second response. This post had included a specification that made sure this thread wouldn't be bumped when new posts were made. So, this over 2-year-old unpopular thread with no responses or conversation within it would have been long buried and would have taken quite some time and effort to ultimately get to. So, for another user to reply immediately like that, well, it's creepy. The "I'm here" user would have had to have been there lurking at the exact same time as the poster who asked why the thread went cold. Like, imagine you're waiting for somebody you're DMing to respond to you, like sitting there waiting for them to finish their reply and you see the little bubbles, you know what I mean. Only, this is a random person in a thread that hadn't received any replies in years, and the Koko ni iru yo person had no idea this ancient thread would receive a response at that exact moment. Plus, you gotta manually refresh the page to see any new activity at all. Like, constantly keep refreshing it for the new activity that was non-existent in this thread until that exact very moment. Yeah, you get the point by now. Now, what I immediately thought after reading this is that somebody could have made the comment and simply asked a friend to go to that same exact thread and comment right after to make it creepy. Maybe one of them knew about this thread beforehand and just planned to do it to get a reaction out of the other users online. And if that is what happened, well, it sure did work. Some people also think this may have been the same person with just two different computers. Remember, this was 2008 and smartphones weren't really a thing just yet. Nowadays, this is a lot easier to replicate because, you got the phone and you got the computer. But back then, not so easy. And of course, this could have just been some wild and creepy stroke of luck. Maybe two people were both on this thread just wondering the same thing at the same exact point in time. Now, there is one other outcome, one similar to what happened with the infamous Zard Creepypasta I discussed in a previous video. That the screenshot could be fake. This is backed up by how nobody can find an archive of the original thread itself nowadays. However, it is 2024, and that's not that surprising considering how many threads are lost to time now. If it does happen to be a genuine exchange though, it's hard to get past how unsettling it would be to see such a sudden response. And while the Koko ni iru yo quote with the little face is kind of a popular reference online now, part of me feels like the person behind this was just trying to be friendly and excited instead of scary. Just saying like, hey, I'm here. Like excited that they're sharing an interest, I guess. Again, if it is real. We all know our queen Hatsune Miku, and also what Crunchyroll did to her recently, putting her on a TV screen during her concerts and such, but aside from all that, she is glorious and quickly became a staple of Japanese pop culture following the initial release of her voice bank in 2007. Now, Kasane Teto is another story. While definitely popular in her own right as a kind of iconic off-brand Miku, but also widely used and appreciated due to her accessibility and unique voice. Her origins vary greatly from Miku. In short, she was originally conceived as an elaborate troll hoax on 2chan. The year was 2008. Hatsune Miku had officially released about a year prior, and many online users were already obsessed with her. For that reason, a lot of Vocaloid discussion and hype was going on within the 2chan boards at that point in time. Now, a group of 2chan users that frequent the VIP boards, or rather found themselves there after moderators had enough of their shenanigans elsewhere on the site, thought this was an ample opportunity to mess around with all these new Vocaloid fans. These users are often referred to as VIPers, and the term VIP is used sarcastically. It's anything but a VIP experience in there, I assure you. I've heard it's very similar to the random board on 4chan. So these VIP members decided to make up their own Vocaloid character, complete with art, character description, and intended voice actress. Having the nerve to claim that Doraemon's voice actor at the time was coming on board for this project. And they told those in the board that this was a leak for the new Vocaloid voice bank. Despite the fact that the initial Teto reveal post was made on April 1st, people ate this news up, rejoiced even. The art accurately replicated the style of the Vocaloid box art back then, and was very believable looking. Like, those people who made Smash character leaks back in the day, they should have been taking notes. Nobody called the bluff on the Vipers, and it continued to escalate and spread throughout the forums. So who exactly is Kasane Teto? What is her lore? Well, she was described to be a 31-year-old chimera who was fused with a bat. Teto ages slowly, so appears to be 15 years old, close to Miku's canonical age of 16. Another detail that was mentioned is that she's pretty upset when her age is brought up. Self-conscious even. She also loves Norway and French bread. Oh, and she's a tsundere. Of course she's a tsundere. Now, while many became very excited for Teto's supposed release, time passed and that release never actually came. People actually caught on to the joke and were pretty angry. Also, pretty attached to this character and really wanting her to be real now. But as fate would have it, it was around the same time that the software Utau was born. Brief rundown, it's essentially a freeware alternative to Vocaloid that anyone can create voice banks for. This was a game changer because, well, Vocaloid software, voice banks, and licenses, they're expensive. I don't think many realize all the things you have to pay for just to make music with the Vocaloid software. It's not like software like Ableton and, GarageBand. You gotta jump through a lot of hoops to actually make music with Vocaloids. Anyways, Utau, being free, made this community a lot more accessible. And it also allowed a vehicle to make Kasane Teto a reality. A voice actor named Mayo Oyamano came forward and provided the voice to use in Teto's official voice bank. By this time, Vipers who created the prank weren't involved at all. It was the newfound fans of Teto that made her what she is today, which is pretty darn popular. Of course, she blew up in popularity initially following her official inclusion to Utau, but years later, Teto would be officially recognized and included in the Project Diva video games alongside Hatsune Miku herself. Teto has also been included on official Hatsune Miku merch in the past. Ever since then, it's become somewhat common for those on the VIP boards to create some kind of wacky Vocaloid parody character for Utau. They're now referred to as Viperloids and often have some kind of wild backstory and design. They get pretty outlandish, I assure you. I'll link an interesting thread I found on r/hobbydrama if you want to read up on this topic more. Time for a little emotional roller coaster. The anonymous nature of the boards allows for some pretty interesting confessions. And of all the bizarre stories on 2chan, stalker stories are probably the most common genre of story found on 2chan. While most of them involve speakers who are unaware of how abnormal and, well, unhinged their actions are. A good example of this is the Denko saga, a topic explored back in episode 1 of the series. The difference with this story, a thread originally posted in 2012, one that makes it extremely compelling, is how the poster is now well aware of the severity of their actions, claiming to be a former stalker, and no longer engaging in these actions after almost a decade of following someone. The poster begins this thread warning that this may just be a lot of her ranting to herself, and that she just wants some anonymous people online to simply hear her story. There are responses agreeing to listen right from the start, and the story begins. OP, who refers to herself as Puchi, is a 22-year-old adult who has entered the workforce. She claims to look similar to actress Juri Ueno in the drama Nodame, and the object of her affection is a 24-year-old man referred to as Matsu, also a working adult. She describes him as stoic and similar in appearance to an actor referred to as Yampi, and after a little research, I believe she's referring to actor Tomohisa Yamashita. Now, Puchi had met Matsu almost 10 years prior to this post, back when they were in middle school. She recalls falling in love with Matsu as he won an award at her school's annual athletic meet, stating that it was love at first sight. Because there was a difference in 2 years, Puchi was pretty sure they'd never have a chance to meet and talk, so she took matters into her own hands. She recalls initially just watching him play basketball when her class would be out in the same area. Eventually, though, Puchi was able to interview Matsu through a club she was involved in, as she made the suggestion of interviewing the star athletes of the school. Once she conducted the interview, she found herself jotting down random little facts about the boy in her notebook, stuff like his food preferences and such. And eventually, these friends referred to OP as Puchi due to her following Matsu around like a puppy. However, included in the things Puchi had learned was that Matsu had a girlfriend. And throughout the whole thing, Matsu was pretty friendly to her. Now, at this point, it probably just sounds like a typical shoujo anime or J-drama, right? Well, don't forget that she's a self-proclaimed stalker. Cause after summer break, Puchi was gifted with a camera, and that camera quickly became filled with images of Matsu. Puchi also admitted to taking stray hairs from Matsu's desk and lunch chair table and swiping his used gym towels. Later on, she would also admit to trying to bottle up his smell. So, on the day of Matsu's graduation, Puchi wrote him a love letter, one she recalled as being rather cringe. Matsu never replied to the letter, and the last middle school interaction was him patting her on the head before he left. Matsu apparently got into a school known for its athletic program. Puchi decided she would become athletic as well so she could get into that same school in a couple of years. She would also pass by Matsu's school on her way home, and even his home at night when pretending to go for a jog. She also attempted keeping in touch with Matsu, but never really received any responses. Now, she eventually did get into Matsu's school. Around the same time, Matsu had began responding to Puchi yet again, saying he broke up with his girlfriend, found a new one, and recently broke up with her too. And once Puchi entered high school, she realized Matsu was very popular, and he also stopped talking to her again once he found another girlfriend. At this point, after 3 years, Puchi tried finally moving on, dating a boy for 4 months before breaking it off. The boy did treat her well, but she just couldn't forget about Matsu. But shortly after, Matsu got dumped and ended up calling Puchi up yet again when upset. Puchi realized now that Matsu was only using her for consolidation whenever he got dumped and nobody else wanted to talk to him. Despite that, she still thrived off the attention because that's all she wanted. Soon Matsu left for university. At this point, approaching adulthood herself, Puchi decided to terminate all contact though, feeling she really had to get over him at this point. Eventually, Puchi had learned that Matsu's sister was unwell though. Stricken with grief for him, she established contact yet again. Though she later learned that Matsu once again found another girlfriend and became jealous once again. Feeling like this whole thing was very unhealthy and shouldn't continue, she deleted his number yet again. At this point, Puchi was going to a separate university studying early child development, though despite her best efforts, she once again found herself feeling the urge to stalk Matsu. So when he called her up yet again, drunk and wanting help in getting home from the bar, she agreed. This ended up being a reoccurring thing, and eventually the two became intimate following the drunken advances of Matsu. It was Puchi's first time. And guess what? If you were expecting some kind of episode or dramatic plot twist, there really isn't one, because eventually the two ended up dating. Well, I guess there is kind of a plot twist. You know how Pucci said that the stalking is over now and she's a former stalker? Well, that's because they became engaged and got married. Following the wedding, Pucci found out that she was pregnant, and it was finding out that she was expecting that made her feel the urge to admit her history of stalking to the users of 2chan, to just get it off her chest. So I wouldn't say that this story is creepy or unsettling, but I also would not say that it's a happy ending entirely either. Primarily because it seems Pucci was a tad, obsessive, and Matsu had a habit of taking advantage of that. But this thread is 12 years old now, and their child is probably 10 or 11 years old by now. It makes you wonder if it's still working out for them. Perhaps they grew past their behavior as teens, and they're happy together now. Pucci did refer to herself as a former stalker after all. This image is a staple of the early internet, and if you're unfamiliar with Longcat, well, I'm here to tell you it's exactly how it sounds. He's a very long boy. Around 2005 and 2006, this exact image of a cat being held up, paws sticking out, and exceptionally long became popular on the boards of 2chan. On there, their nickname was Nobiko. The name is a play on the term nobi, which means to extend or stretch out something. Adding ko to the end makes it a name. And voila, Nobiko. While Nobiko is well loved in Japan, the adoration soon spread overseas to the English-speaking 4chan. This was when all the image edits came about, as well as the name Longcat. They even developed lore for Longcat, involving an endgame level final battle known as Katnarok, where Longcat battled their arch nemesis, Toknol. Yes, that is Longcat spelled backwards. This online popularity reached the owner of Longcat/Nobiko, and it was learned that the cat's real name is Shiro, which means white. It's a pretty popular pet name. Shiro's owner also shared that Shiro is female, and was rescued from the streets as a kitten in 2002. She was also measured at one point, being around 65 centimeters from head to toe. That's about 26 inches. Now, 2002 was a long time ago. It doesn't feel like it to me, but I know it was a long time ago. But I'm here to tell you that Shiro lived a long and happy life. Their owner updated their online fans for many years on their Twitter account. It was in September of 2020 that Shiro's owner made the announcement that Shiro had passed away. But Shiro was able to live 18 happy years. Despite their passing, Longcat is remembered online and throughout media, most notably in Gigantamax Meowth's design, among many other things. Were you guys familiar with Longcat? Let me know your favorite internet cats over the years in the comments. I'm personally very particular to Uni. You know, this little guy. There's also Maru, the guy who likes the boxes and jumps in the boxes. He's still alive and his owner still makes videos, by the way. Husky and Medley is a romance manga that was published in the year 2009 and is often regarded online as one of the best and most realistic Yuri manga as far as story and character development goes. It centers around a girl who goes by the name Medley online. She attends an all-girls high school and has a crush on one of her classmates, known as Husky, because she has a Siberian Husky as a pet. Medley begins a 2chan thread in order to ask users what Husky's weak points are in an attempt of trying to win her affection. Now, what's unique about this manga, and probably why many praise the story for how natural and realistic it all is that it's based on a real-life 2chan thread, one that became quite popular. It's very similar in nature to the Densha Otoko thread, discussed back in episode 2 of the series, that involves a shy otaku trying to win the affection of a girl he met on the train. In the original Husky and Medley thread, Medley is given the advice of having a flirty conversation with Husky and seeing how she responds. This advice ends up being successful, and she ends up inviting Husky to her house. And later on in the thread, the two reportedly end up dating. Much like the Densha Otoko thread, the OP returned every now and then to update users on how everything was going, as well as ask for advice on how to keep the relationship going smoothly. Now, the thread does get a bit spicy in parts, and it's stuff I cannot discuss here. So if you want the whole thing, the manga is out there in English. As far as the real-life couple, Medley reported in one of the final forum posts that they were going to college together and doing well. It wouldn't be until 10 years following the manga that a Twitter account would surface claiming to be owned by the real-life Medley herself. This account is now private, but according to reports from 2019, this poster claimed that her and Husky were still together and going strong, recently celebrating 10 years together. It's worth noting that this account was created back in 2013, and the poster didn't come forward about being medley until 2019. Now, whether this is genuine or if the original Zard Thread was genuine, who's to say? It all could have been a writer looking to brainstorm before creating the manga itself. But I like to think that it's a genuine love story aided by Zard users. Because, you know, that would be really neat. Okay, before we get into all of this, let me define this Japanese term that's up on screen right now. This is a combination of kanji read as enjo. While the nature of the word, using the kanji for something being engulfed in flames, is very similar to the English slang of flaming, like when you post a guilty pleasure fanfiction and at the end you say no flames please. Wait, do people even do that anymore? The closer definition of this act is canceling someone by generating hate and getting the masses involved in said canceling. Next, we're brought to a comedian named Smiley Kikuchi, a man who's built his entire career on this character who's kind of a jerk. The character he performs is somebody with a very distinct personality, let's just say that. His routines often feature him grinning widely as he insults the audience, among similar things. It really makes an impression, but that's just 'cause he's a good actor, it's just an act. Kinda like Joffrey in Game of Thrones. The actor and the character are two completely different things. And that's my second Game of Thrones reference this month. Now, due to this act that Smiley Kikuchi keeps up when he performs, there are some people who take it a little too personally and just don't like him as a person because of his comedy routine alone. In 2009, among the most outspoken people who dislike Smiley Kikuchi took to 2chan. And what did they do on 2chan? Engaged in extreme acts of enjo. People came together and began making false claims. Claims that Kikuchi was involved in a murder. And not just any murder, but the infamous case of the Concrete Girl, or kidnapping and murder of 17-year-old Junko Furuta. If you're unfamiliar with this case, do not look it up. I'm serious, it's sickening, and I will not be going into much detail here, so don't worry about that, we're moving on. Now, how did these 2chan users correlate Kikuchi with one of the most heinous crimes in Japan's history? First, it was found that Smiley was born in 1976, making him around 12 or 13 when the crime had occurred in the late 80s. Second, it was also discovered that he grew up in Adachi, Tokyo, where this crime had taken place. So, Smiley was a preteen in Adachi at the same time as these events, and that was enough for people to devise a false story to spread online. And they did exactly that on 2chan, even lying and saying Kikuchi was born in 1972, which would mean he would be about 16 or 17 at the time of the crime, though that was completely falsified. But that made the story more believable combined with where he had grown up. After the initial spread on 2chan, it was found that Kikuchi had recently started a personal blog. Those who believed the rumors and claims took to this blog pitchforks in hand and filled the comment section of each and every post with nothing but hate. While all of this is long past now, it's said that Kikuchi had to constantly delete his comments, going through and wiping them every 15 minutes. Back then, auto-moderation did not exist. The hate comments and threats just never stop though, with many people genuinely believing that Smiley was a murderer that happened to find success and fame as a comedian with zero repercussions. It had gotten so bad that Kikuchi had said that he was receiving direct threats and had to go file a police report, genuinely fearing for his life. He presented all the comments and messages he had received as evidence. While things like this aren't often taken very seriously in the West, this harassment and borderline stalking was taken very seriously by Japanese authorities. So much so that they were able to trace back this harassment to 18 specific 2chan users. An investigation was done, and action was taken on these 18 users for harassment. One specific user, an unnamed woman, had been contacted by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police regarding suspicion on intimidation tactics. And while the exact identities of these users aren't completely known, the media had mentioned a high school student and another student attending university that were involved. Now, before I go any further, truly bad people should be called out on the bad things they do. Absolutely. The fact that random teens, though, can destroy an innocent person's career just because they don't like the work they do as an entertainer is highly disturbing. And the damage was still done, as it typically goes with these kinds of things. Many people will hear these claims, believe them on the spot, and not fact-check or search for updates later on. To this very day, years later, Kikuchi's career has been tarnished due to these false claims. His blog was briefly taken down back in 2009, but now it's back up and the online flames have died down. Kikuchi remains working as a comedian, landing a number of acting and voice acting roles throughout the 2010s. In 2018, he wrote a book about the whole ordeal he faced and the toll it took on his career. This is a 2012 thread detailing a pretty mundane yet indirectly eventful day a poster had, after reading something in a bathroom stall a week prior. This thread reads like a written work, but it's believed to likely be a real person sharing a moment of vulnerability anonymously online. It all begins with OP waking up on a sad futon within his tiny apartment. It's inferred that he's not yet in his ideal place in life, not happy with his looks, and doesn't believe he's regarded very highly by those around him. Now, OP doesn't typically prefer Western food, but decided one day to go to a burger place for lunch. As he orders, just awkwardly muttering the word cheeseburger and nothing else, he feels like the cashier is regarding him as something repulsive. He receives his order, and as he leaves, he's reminded of graffiti he witnessed in a bathroom stall at an electronics store. It read, "If you throw a cheeseburger at a cool guy, it's highly dangerous." Perhaps OP subconsciously decided to get a burger due to that being in the back of his mind this whole time. He considers this and feels he needs to conduct a little experiment, simply convincing himself that this had to be done for science. And thus, OP goes to a nearby park, and instead of tossing his cheeseburger at some random pedestrian he deemed cool, OP had slightly different plans. Suddenly, he threw the cheeseburger upwards above his head, and the burger unceremoniously split apart and lightly plopped onto OP's face as it came back down in separate components. And, of course, nothing happened. He opened his eyes and saw his warm, fresh burger wasted on the grass. So, ultimately, OP decided to test this cheeseburger theory on themselves just to see if the universe deemed them as cool. And because there was no reaction between OP and the aerial cheeseburger, that seemed to be the odd validation they needed in their head to just confirm that they weren't traditionally cool. Feeling rather embarrassed by what they just did in public, but also relieved and happy nothing actually did happen. If something did, that'd be pretty interesting. They meekly collected the burger off the floor and went back home, reflecting on their bizarre actions today as they wrote out that very post, concluding that the only thing they tasted that day was reality. The raw testimonies of anonymous users like this reveal a lot about Japanese society and the mentality of some of its citizens. Piecing together the fragments that are these confessional little threads really do shed light on some things. Anyways, I personally hope OP is happier with themselves nowadays. While 2chan is known for real-life events and retelling, some lean fully into the potential of creative writing on the forums. While the anonymity of the site allowed people to publish their written works anonymously, of course, and receive unbiased thoughts on their work, some fictional works played out like RPing in a chat, where various posters influenced the story in unique ways, not just the original writer. We actually discussed one just like that. Well, if Husky a Medley is a work of fiction, that is. While writing stories on 2chan is a popular thing to do, it's not every day that the posters themselves come forward and claim their work. And it's even less common for a poster to go on and become a popular writer after starting out on 2chan. Well, unless there's a lot of writers out there that just never admitted to starting out on 2chan. Oftentimes, written works on threads can originate from a place of vulnerability or a lack of confidence, and they indirectly indirectly capture a glimpse of the poster's outlook on things around them. For Sugaru Miyake, who was originally referred to online as Fafu, 2chan was a true creative outlet. From 2011 to 2013, they regularly posted written works to the site, eventually creating their own page, claiming all of the works as their own. Many found themselves drawn to the stories that Fafu presented on 2chan for the writing style they practiced. That role-playing style I had mentioned previously was not used here. Fafu's works are often described as incredibly slow burns. They have a lot of small moving parts with bits of foreshadowing, but the gears themselves don't connect and begin moving towards understanding until at least halfway through each story. Those sudden revelations and moments when everything just clicks were very exciting moments for those reading the threads as they happened. Bro would just emerge on the forums without warning, start writing peak, immediately intriguing those present in the thread, and everyone just loved it. People would eagerly anticipate Fafu's next banger for the 2.5 years they were actively writing on 2chan. The Fafu threads were often copied and shared on other web pages and blogs, and their written work spread like wildfire in the Japanese internet during the early 2010s. Fafu's final work on the boards, 2013's How It Feels Rewinding 10 Years and Starting Over at 10, was also their very first published work, revised and simply renamed Starting Over. From here, Fafu would officially transition to a published author and creator of a number of well-received light novels, some of which later being adapted to manga and live-action works. And among their most well-known work is 3 Days of Happiness, a light novel and manga that originated from one of their 2chan threads. It's also been published in both English and Korean. It's a very well-written work that discusses the value of one's life. In 2019, Miyake was nominated for the 40th Eiji Yoshikawa Literature Newcomer Award for his story, Your Story. And nowadays, they remain active on Twitter and reside within Iwate Prefecture. If you're interested in reading any of their original threads, somebody has been translating these threads into English. That guy will be linked below. This series of somewhat cryptic posts turned into something heinous and possibly preventable. And the worst part is, this isn't the only topic like this in this video. In May of 2000, a 2chan user who referred to themselves as Neo Mugicha or Neo Barley Tea began a thread with the title Saga Prefecture, Saga City, 17 years old. Below that was ha 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 written in katakana. No further context was given. For this reason, many in the thread were confused. Some looked up these keywords and hadn't found anything. Others checked the TV stations for any news reports, still nothing. Most were baffled, simply wondering what this was referring to. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be long before those in the thread and those throughout Japan would know what the poster was referring to, for this post was not in third person, referring to a news report unrelated to them. This post was in first person. It would only be a few hours later that this same poster would be on the news throughout Japan, and it would be realized that these online posts were a warning of future events. Immediately after making this post on a computer, they then walked to a bus station center located in Saga City and waited for the next bus. One would arrive just a half hour later. This bus was a Nishitetsu bus. These are larger buses that take passengers longer than the typical distance. This specific bus was set to leave Saga City for its destination of Tenjin in Fukuoka Prefecture. The whole ride itself is a little over an hour in duration. 20 other passengers had boarded this bus along with the Neo Mugicha poster. The bus was set to arrive shortly after 2 p.m. and almost made it to its destination, but at 1:35 p.m. the plans came to an abrupt halt. This was when the Neo Mugicha poster decided to stand up from his seat on the bus, pull out a large chef's knife he had in his possession, and hold it to the driver of the bus. This knife was estimated to be about 30 to 40 centimeters in length. The poster, later revealed to be a teenage boy, told the driver to remain calm, but not go to Tenjin, as this boy was now taking control of the bus. Where exactly did this teenager intend to take the bus? The announcement he would next make to the passengers was cryptic, but showed he had nothing but horrific intentions for those on board. For he stated that they were no longer going to Tenjin, but instead going to hell. The teen also demanded that all phones, jackets, and watches be thrown onto the floor, so no passengers could contact authorities, conceal weapons, or even be aware of the time. The teen then demanded that if anyone did not listen to him, the results would be fatal, and demanded the driver remain on the same expressway for the time being. He also demanded all bus curtains be closed so nobody could see what was going on inside. Eventually, the 17-year-old demanded the bus turn and drive to Okayama, a city 6 hours north of Saga. Among the passengers in the bus was a 6-year-old girl, on her first bus ride alone and on her way to see her grandparents. Women were demanded to sit up front and men in the back. It's worth noting that only 4 men were on board this bus. It was realized very early on that this 17-year-old was clearly very unwell, as one of the passengers was asleep during the initial part of the hijacking. The boy became enraged by this and severely wounded her after startling her awake. The bus hijacking would not be reported until 2:47 p.m., well after the bus was supposed to arrive, when a 40-year-old woman was able to escape. This was when the hijacker allowed the bus to stop so passengers could use the restroom one at a time. The woman who went first was the one able to run and escape and make the phone call and report the hijacking. Unfortunately, this enlarged the unstable teen, resulting in the wounding of another woman on board. Sometime around then, another woman was able to escape through a bus window. Once this was noticed, the boy became violent once again and severely wounded a third female passenger. This situation would continue without resolve until 5:03 a.m. the next day. Police became involved shortly after the phone call, barricading roads, but ultimately letting the bus slowly pass in fear of the perpetrator becoming violent yet again. And during this whole situation, the teen boy would call the police repeatedly and taunt them and bargain with them or attempt to bargain with them. Another passenger, a man, was able to escape out a window at some point during all this. But see, these phone calls ended up helping the authorities in a number of ways, specifically in identifying the Nyomugicha poster. This information remains private due to his age and him being a minor at the time of all this. Eventually, the bus stopped in a tunnel and the boy forced out all male passengers aside from the driver, leaving only the women and the 6-year-old girl. It wasn't until 6:30 p.m. that police decided to completely block the bus, force it into a parking lot, and were able to get the 3 injured women off the vehicle. 2 of the 3 survived due to this intervention. The third, a 68-year-old woman, had already passed on. They then allowed the bus to travel again. And this was when the media was recording everything, revealing the poster themselves on TV. At some point in the night, the boy's parents had arrived to the scene as well, trying to persuade the boy to stop all of this, ultimately to no avail. Apparently, the boy had been acting out to his parents and younger sister for quite some time now. He was gifted a computer to study for university entrance exams, but instead became chronically online, doing nothing but browsing Zard threads at all hours of the day. The topics he was most interested in were dark and disturbing. At 5 a.m., a SWAT team finally decided to make their move, throwing stun grenades into the vehicle and taking the teen by force. Many wonder why it took so long to get control over this teen, but this kind of bus hijacking had never happened before in Japan prior to this. But all that aside, if all of this didn't enrage you yet, like it did for me when I read all of this, it may after what I'm about to tell you. 6 years. He only spent 6 years in a medical reformatory facility. That's it. He was released in 2006. Later on, another Tuchan poster naming themselves Nigo Mugishi or Neo Barley Beer would make similar claims on Tuchan, this time towards a railway company. Because the lesson was learned from the Neo Mugicha incident, this poster was arrested before history could repeat itself. Also, if it's any consolidation, a hostage rescue team was officially established in Hiroshima Prefecture following these events as well. In 2007, a thread was started with a disturbing subject line. The poster was admitting to murdering his own mother. And below this, it read, "She screamed, 'Why? Why?' Most people assumed the poster was simply trolling. Some responded saying that was an awful thing to joke about. The OP only replied with emoticons without elaborating further, and people just decided to eventually shrug it off. That is, until the very next morning, when the news broke that a 17-year-old boy in Fukushima had murdered his 47-year-old mother, went to an internet cafe to watch Beastie Boy videos, then went to turn himself in to the police with a bag containing part of her body. Many immediately felt this validated the thread as it being created by that very same 17-year-old, while others looked into it more so, not fully believing it just yet, and thinking it may just be a coincidence. It was discovered that OP was active between 9 and 11 p.m. the night prior to the news breaking. The official report stated the crime had occurred at 1 a.m., so if OP and the assailant really were one and the same, that would mean that he posted before actually committing the crime, from his home and not from the internet cafe. Either that or the 17-year-old's testimony had an incorrect timeline. It was reported that the room in the cafe the teen had rented was not one that featured internet access. It only had the DVD player where he watched the Beastie Boy videos. There's also how the boy did not mention posting to Tuchan at all during the interrogation. In short, whether or not this one is a troll remains unknown. Despite everything, it is a very disturbing coincidence. Allow me to introduce you to a little story known as Real. This tale is cited by many as Japan's scariest creepypasta. While certainly a tall order considering the sheer volume of internet horror stories, many swear this to be the most disturbing. And despite that, I have yet to see anyone showcase this chilling tale here on YouTube. And that's where I come in. To the best of my ability, that is. So the story is called Real, or Riaru, written out in katakana, literally just meaning the word real in English. It originally surfaced one night in 2009 on Tuchan's occult board, and the poster, the original poster of this story, felt it was more of a cautionary tale and put it out there to really warn people. The original poster claimed, in their own experience, there's just some things you cannot get rid of, no matter how hard you try. And the story that would follow would be one the readers would never forget, a story known as a Nichan no Densetsu, or Legend of Tuchan. So here it is, the legendary Tuchan tale known as Real. Let's get started. The story opens with a young man who has just graduated university. He was 23 years old and had just been hired at a fairly small company. Because this company was so small, he easily got to know everyone and even made a few friends. Among these friends was a man from the Tohoku region. This man knew many people and had done a great deal of traveling in his life. OP refers to the man by using two circles, a common way to omit names yet differentiate people. We'll just call him Circle. Well, Circle liked to scare those at the office with his apparently real ghost experiences. He claimed that most people don't see any paranormal occurrences in haunted ghost spots because they simply don't follow the proper procedures. That each entity has a specific way of summoning them and most people just don't get it right. You cannot summon a ghost by simply showing up at a haunted location. OP didn't really take Circle's words seriously at the time, but he didn't have much to do on the weekends in this new town. He also owned a car, which helped him get around to just about anywhere inside and outside the town pretty easily. Most of his co-workers didn't own a car as they just took the train or bus. So, considering all of this, OP decided to take Circle up on an offer to see a ghost in person. They decided on a night in August. To make it even more exciting, they picked up some girls on the way. Their destination? A test of courage at a haunted location that Circle knew of in the area, only described as a highly psychic location within the original thread. And while the place certainly was chilling, and OP definitely got the strange feeling that someone was there, nothing really happened. That is, until 3 days later. It was an average day at work for OP. In many Japanese companies, it's customary for the employees to not leave until their boss does. And this typically means not leaving work until 10 p.m. to midnight, pretty late. OP, as well as many Japanese salary workers out there, are often sleep deprived due to this common cultural norm. And OP, feeling especially delirious one night, did something a bit unexpected. While walking by a large mirror in his home's entryway, OP recalled one of the ways of summoning a spirit that Circle had mentioned. Supposedly, bowing in a very specific way for a very specific duration of time would summon a nearby entity. Continuing to feel doubtful about Circle's claims after hanging out at the ghost spot a few days back, OP tried it in front of his mirror, feeling absolutely sure that nothing would come of it. But he was wrong. Because suddenly, to his right, was an unusual figure. The average height and shape of a woman, their hair long and mangled, obscuring their face like a curtain. They were covered in various charms and talismans and appeared to be wearing a funeral kimono. And while it looked like they were standing still, they didn't stay in one place. They hovered and shook, drifting to the left and right in the center of the room. OP was in shock, feeling like his mind was simply playing tricks on him. He rushed to turn the light on, hoping it was just his eyes, playing tricks on him. Well, they weren't. He could see the figure even more clearly now. The figure was pale and gray. They had a chilling blue aura around them, one that made the entire room freezing cold. OP felt as though time had stopped. It very well could have. He heard no sounds, not even that of his own breathing. Knowing whatever that was in his room was very much real, there was only one thought in his mind now: to escape. He looked down at the work bag he dropped, slowly bending down to grab it. As he did, the entity began to shake more violently, almost as if they were vibrating left and right. The room now felt ice cold. Finally, the man clutched his bag and slowly stood upright, not taking his eyes off the thing in his house. He slowly walked backwards towards the door. And for some reason, he felt like he was being held in place, as though he couldn't reach that door that was typically only 3 steps away. That's when the entity began muttering something. Now in a full panic, OP ran out the door, finally able to reach it after struggling enough, and he kept running. The adrenaline fueled him, not knowing exactly where he was going. When he finally did stop, he looked around and realized he was about 15 minutes away, inside the konbini near his train station. OP felt like they were in a daze, still panicked but oddly calm. More than anything, they were glad other people were around them now. They found that comforting. Not wanting to return home while it was still dark out, OP stayed at a family restaurant until it was morning and daylight had returned. Once it did, OP begrudgingly made his way back home. He got to his home, he opened the door, and it was gone. OP almost felt like an idiot. With how sleep-deprived he was and how that thing was now gone, he felt like the whole thing was ridiculous. He then stepped back outside and smoked a cigarette. He laughed to himself. He likely was just hallucinating. He rarely slept these days, and this kind of occurrence was something that was unheard of, just something in ghost stories. And so, he returned to the room with confidence and opened the curtains. But that's when he noticed a puddle of thick slime where he saw the object standing last night. His head turned back to the light switch and he noticed it was also covered in this weird slime. The room also smelled horrible, like something he never experienced or smelled before in his life. So it was real. He cleaned up the odd muddy substance and went to shower. Even after cleaning everything, a horrible smell still remained in the room. He had no idea what to do about the situation, and he just left for work. During his lunch break, he found time to speak to Circle privately about what happened. At first, OP's friends simply thought OP was messing with him. After a lot of convincing, he came around and agreed to come to his apartment with him to check it out. It was around 10 p.m. that night that they arrived at the apartment. The smell was even worse now, and OP then reiterated what happened. He hoped Circle, being the well-traveled guy he was, would know how to fix the problem. He did not. He simply said OP should get the place purified, and that he would tell the situation to a friend of his. And that was it. OP was terrified to stay in the home, and the smell was getting even worse. He ended up staying at a capsule hotel and decided to take time off work. He spent his time praying at any shrine he could find and asking those at the shrine for help. He never received any help from these shrines. Still refusing to return to his home and not knowing what else to do, he returned to his hometown of Saitama to speak to a friend of his grandmother's. Though this friend was not just any family friend, she was a renowned priestess, one mentioned in textbooks who is renowned for her work and devotion to Buddhism. OP refers to her as S-sensei. This priestess was called upon by the family before, and OP hoped she would hear his story and help him out. As OP traveled further, specifically to his mother and father's home while waiting for a response from S-sensei, he started feeling a very unusual sensation. As if rope or twine had lassoed him and it was trying to pull him back to his home. It was very uncomfortable and turned painful when he reached for his neck. This was when his neck began to burn. Feeling as though rough sandpaper was repeatedly and aggressively rubbed against it. Wasting no time, OP rushed to his family home, practically running and barging through the door when he finally arrived. His mother came out to greet him, but her happy expression suddenly turned to one of sheer mortification. "What happened to your neck?" she shouted. OP went to the closest mirror, looked, and began to tremble. This was when OP noticed the aggressively red and irritated rash wrapped around his neck, almost like something was wrapped around it at one point, restraining him. So shaken by the sight, OP ran up the stairs to the family altar, just where he remembered it was. He began to kneel and pray aggressively. Both parents rushed in, not knowing what to make of the scene, their faces flushed with fear and concern as they witnessed their son pray. The mother, phone in hand, called OP's grandmother immediately. OP could hear his mother sobbing in the background as he prayed. As the days passed, OP was struck with a fever. Then, the rash began to bleed. Every time he touched the area, a sharp stabbing pain was felt. Simple tasks like putting on clothes or laying his head on a pillow to sleep for the night were excruciating. Even sleeping was very unpleasant, as OP would dream of a woman in old-fashioned clothing kneeling before him as he slept. This woman would say nothing, but before OP would awake, would stand to leave, bowing in the doorway before seeing herself out. What was even worse was that S-sensei, the family priestess, was unable to get to Saitama for 3 whole weeks. At this point, she was elderly and had trouble getting around. She also had other obligations to attend to before going to Saitama, which was some ways away from her shrine. It was on OP's 3rd night back home that he received a call from his friend from work, Circle. His friend had apparently been asking around to try and help OP and finally came into contact with a man in Gunma Prefecture. This man claimed to be able to help out for a price. That price being 500,000 yen, about $5,000 US. OP was not making much money at work and didn't have much saved up, though he decided this was important and certainly a life or death situation at this point. So, OP agreed. The next day, Circle arrived at OP's family home with a suspicious-looking man. This man had to be almost 40 and looked like a member of the Yakuza rather than anyone who could help. The man only introduced himself by his first name, Hayashi. What made it worse was that Hayashi admitted that he himself was only a novice, but wanted to help because OP seemed to be in great danger. Hayashi noted that OP was filled with negative energy and that he could potentially be spirited away if nothing was done. When Hayashi took note of the gravity of this situation and how the whole family was involved at this point, he raised his price to 2 million yen, about $20,000. And with knowing no other option right now at this current point, OP and his family had no choice but to agree. Immediately after agreeing, Hayashi began setting up the house for an exorcism, adorning the walls with many talismans, a crystal ball, and a single cup of sake. In Hayashi's hand was a long strand of rosary beads. For their own safety, the family was told to wait outside, and with that, the exorcism began. As Hayashi began to chant, the pain in OP's neck began to worsen severely. But after a short time, Hayashi abruptly stopped chanting. And at the very moment the chanting stopped, OP felt as though something was straddling his waist. OP opened his eyes to see the entity from before, the one that was standing in his apartment. It was sitting across from Hayashi and saying something to him. The face of the entity couldn't have been more than 3 inches away from Hayashi's face. OP could not hear what the ghost was saying, though Hayashi was frozen, his mouth ajar with drool spilling out. He wasn't even blinking. Then, suddenly, the ghost vanished and Hayashi was present yet again. As soon as he was, he yelled in sheer terror and fled the house, not saying a single word to anyone as he got in his car and sped away. OP had no choice at this point but to wait for S-sensei, though he doubted he would survive that long. A week passed and the symptoms worsened. One day, his parents just told him to get in the car. They didn't explain where they were going, but his father kept repeating the phrase, everything was going to be okay. As they drove, OP realized the pain was subsiding in his neck, and he was finally able to relax a bit. He fell asleep even. And eventually he awoke. And as he awoke, he realized that he had been asleep for a whole day and a half. His parents relieved to not see him suffering and just allowed him the rest. OP also realized they were very far away, all the way in Nagasaki Prefecture. They appeared to be at the home of his grandparents. They planned to travel to S-sensei themselves rather than wait, to demand she help them. Feeling no pain in that moment, OP felt like his hope was suddenly restored. But then, in that very same moment, the pain returned. And something about that very moment and the constant struggle in the weeks preceding this broke OP. That simple, subtle reminder of it drew him into a fit. He entered a sobbing rage, shouting things like, "What the hell do you want from me?" As his parents and grandparents rushed back to the car, his shouting and panic continued. He finally snapped out of it when his father slapped him right across the face. It was loud and sharp, leaving OP in complete silence. His father had never struck him before. It was at that point when OP realized the great lengths his family was going through to help him, how they were endangering themselves in the process, all because of his stupidity in front of that mirror almost a month ago. OP knew he could never repay them for their help. He apologized to his grandparents for making a scene. Later on, the group arrived at the home-turned shrine of S-sensei, and OP somehow suddenly felt relieved, as though simply being on the shrine grounds had left him in a complete state of calm. His family went to rest, and OP was left in the care of S-sensei herself. S-sensei then took his hand and said nothing, only after a while asking one thing, if he was scared. OP said, of course he was scared. And that was when OP heard a voice whispering in his ear, constantly repeating one word frantically and without any stop or break. The word was doshite, or why. As it repeated, he noticed the kind, warm expression of S-sensei fade into something neutral and unreadable. OP looked to the side where he heard the whispering. He saw the ghost, this horrific creature, once more. It was twitching its head to the side, almost like an owl. As it continued chanting, it began turning over the talismans attached to its body and urging OP to look. OP refused. He then squeezed his eyes shut as hard as he possibly could. But that's when OP felt the trickling of blood into his eyes and heard a loud popping noise. This sound startled him, and without thinking, he shot to his feet and tried to run out. But as he hit the wall, reaching frantically for the door handle, blood still in his eyes, he heard an authoritative shout from S-sensei. "Not yet!" This urged OP to sit back down. He realized the popping sound that startled him was merely S-sensei clapping. As he sat back down and wiped his eyes, S-sensei asked that same question from before. "Are you afraid?" And once again, OP said he was. Of course he was. But then S-sensei said something puzzling. She asked, why? OP was confused. The sensei then explained that, while the spirit was very powerful, it held no ill will towards OP. The truth was, the spirit was just unrelentingly lonely, and that is why it latched on as strongly as it did. The sheer power of it was what was causing the pain and distress, apparently. The spirit latched onto OP because it sensed he had a kind heart. The sensei then concluded that she would be able to help him, but it would take a while. And then, instead of an exorcism like Hayashi had attempted, S-sensei turned to pray, using kind, loving words in reference to the spirit, praying that they could pass on and enter heaven peacefully. Sensei then made plans to hold a memorial service as well, one to also help the spirit pass on, treating the spirit with nothing but kindness. Following this, OP describes being taken in by a large temple that S-sensei was associated with. This is where OP remained for 5 months. This was in order to slowly ease the spirit to pass on. The rash went away and the spirit was never seen again following this. Though Sensei did tell OP he needed to visit the temple once every month to ensure his safety, for they were not entirely certain that the spirit had passed on. With all the time away from his apartment, OP had no choice but to quit his job and move back home with his parents. When packing things up at his apartment, the one he initially saw the ghost at, his friend met him there and apologized profusely, blaming himself for everything. The two remain good friends and Circle checks up on OP periodically. After a year of monthly temple visits, it turned into visits every 3 months for the second year. After 2 years had passed without incident, S-sensei told OP not to worry anymore, but she would like him to come and visit every now and then. And this brings us to the very end of the thread. This is when OP admits to lying about one key detail of the story. They also apologize for keeping it a secret until the very end. You see, the poster of this story, the one who told the tale and posted it to Chuchan, was not OP. Or rather, it wasn't the man who endured so much hardship in this story. It turns out, the poster was actually the anonymous friend, Circle, as we've been calling him. Circle wanted to share the story as a cautionary tale, as a means to repent. Because years later, he still felt responsible for the tragic occurrences that fell upon his coworker and completely tore apart his life. Where that person is now, Circle's coworker, who is to say? Did you know that there are 2,538 different articles detailing lost media on the Lost Media Wiki? There are a lot of things out there that haven't been preserved. That number is only a mere fraction of what's out there. And, there are a lot of things out there that just haven't been preserved. This number is only a mere fraction of the things that have been attempted to be preserved. What may be among the most bizarre yet somehow fascinating pieces is a Japanese analog TV shutdown. Something so simple yet somehow very complex. A topic that people in Japan have dissected and flocked to. Perhaps it's the somewhat frightening analog horror element to it. Maybe it's the finality of the shutdown itself. Perhaps some nostalgia mixed in. What exactly makes it Japan's most mysterious and renowned TV shutdown? One that spawned a search 14 years in the making for footage that may not even exist. Well, let's find out. It's pretty safe to say that many of you are already quite familiar with Nickelodeon. This television station was a cartoon staple for many children over the past 30 years. And this goes back even further if you include the station's humble beginnings as Pinwheel and the later small beginnings as a premium children's educational network in the 1980s. Nick was truly in full swing during the 1990s when many of their most memorable cartoons and live-action shows had aired. With the station flourishing, Nickelodeon began to expand and introduce its content to other countries. Among those being none other than Japan. It was in the year 1998 when Nick Japan was officially launched. So how did this Japanese variant differ from the American incarnation? Not by very much, honestly. There were unique bumpers and the television programs themselves were dubbed into Japanese, but aside from that, it's pretty much the same Nickelodeon. No Japan exclusive programming or anything like that. Now, there was a Japanese exclusive programming block known as Mystery Zone. However, it featured mystery shows that already aired on Nickelodeon in English. So, the only huge difference being the programming, of course, being dubbed into Japanese. And let me tell you, Nickelodeon put a great effort into dubbing every show. So great, in fact, that they even dubbed Nicktoon shorts and live-action shows as well. That's right, Drake and Josh has an official Japanese dub, guys. Some programming retained the English openings, however many had the opening dubbed in Japanese as well. One confirmed example is My Life as a Teenage Robot. And a large number of these dubbed episodes are just lost now, as the more obscure and forgotten programs never received any home video release. I mean, 100 Deeds of Eddie McDowd had a Japanese dub! I feel like I'm the only person to ever remember that show at all. Nobody I ask ever remembers it. Also, Legends of the Hidden Temple aired in Japan, and I can't find any footage of it or anything in relation to it like promotional material or bumpers. In Japanese, that is. And, of course, there's a Japanese dub of Jimmy Neutron. The exact number of shows dubbed and aired on Nick Japan is pretty much unknown. I mean, looking into every individual show, especially before the internet, would be quite the task. For a lot of the original programming, you'd probably have to look up TV guide listings, old promotional material, stuff like that that you just can't find anymore. Despite this, a good number of shows have been confirmed to air on Nick Japan. The list, while not complete, paints a pretty good picture. A lot of long-forgotten shows were dubbed and aired in Japan, and that's pretty cool. Oh, and a lot of the original 90s bumpers were confirmed to air on the channel as well. There were also bumpers unique to Nick Japan itself. While also really cool, the majority of these bumpers are now just lost. In short, Nick Japan pretty much mirrored American Nick. Some shows did well, others did not. It remained this way for 11 years. As those 11 years went by, Nick Japan steadily declined in viewership. There is no definitive reason as to why Nick Japan was doing so poorly. However, a lot of the hyper-westernized cartoons that Nick offered at this time may have been lost on some. This isn't proven. I mean, many Western cartoons do extremely well in Japan. Disney movies, Peanuts, and Moomins, to name just a few. But I can certainly see why the aesthetic and setting of some of the shows wouldn't be as appealing compared to Japanese children's shows airing at the same time. I mean, compared to flashy anime like Pokemon, One Piece, and Doraemon, and even Super Sentai and Kamen Rider. From a cultural standpoint, some Nick shows just may have not stood out. There are shows that did extremely well, however, SpongeBob being the best example. We'll discuss that a little bit later on. September 30th, 2009. Exact time around midnight, though not confirmed. This was when Nickelodeon Japan officially went off air. And it was also around this time when discussions surrounding the shutdown footage had begun. Was there some kind of significance to this date? Well, yes actually. This date was actually implemented by Viacom as the final day to use Nickelodeon's iconic orange splat branding. Something that had been used since the late 1980s and was created by the same exact people who invented the early MTV branding. Since the branding was receiving a major overhaul following this date, and because Japan wasn't a part of Nickelodeon's family of networks moving forward, this was likely why this day was chosen. And how did this shutdown go about? Pretty suddenly and without much warning, which adds to the intrigue felt by so many in Japan at the time. Or at least the devoted Nickelodeon fans. Among said fans was a blog writer that wrote a play-by-play while watching the shutdown. This blog post by a user named Tsukemonoya was written the day of the shutdown. While rather brief, it does provide information from someone who watched Nick Japan and witnessed the shutdown firsthand. This user writes the post 1 hour prior to the shutdown itself and continues updating in real time. They mention that Ah Real Monsters was on, then immediately followed by My Life as a Teenage Robot. They then mention a short cartoon is airing in the final minutes of the station's final broadcast. They express how surprised they were about Nick Japan shutting down with a short as its final send-off. They then mention the station cuts off abruptly after the short. They were at least hoping for some kind of thank you for watching message, but that was it. Also included in this post was an image of the bumper that played leading up to the cutoff. While this blog post was simply a fan expressing their grievances, it would go on to spark intrigue among Nickelodeon fans in Japan and elsewhere. And this wasn't the only blog post recounting the shutdown. 2 days later, a Rakuten blog written by a user named Katrina also expressed frustration in the sudden and final shutdown of the channel. This blog provides 2 images. A different screenshot of that very same green dinosaur bumper, and the screen after the channel went off air. Around the same time, in early October, a 3rd blog post was also discovered, this one also showing that screen after the channel shut off. In the years since, not one but multiple candidates claiming to be the shutdown had surfaced online, the very first being only 1 day following the shutdown itself. Not gonna lie, this one kinda creeps me out. It's very sudden and jarring. What you would see in your head when expecting a television shutdown. I mean, being a kid and seeing this around midnight, it would probably scare you, or at the very least stay in your head for a little while. Many assume the shutdown to be the real deal, though quite a few things are a little off about it. First of which being the footage itself. It shows the MTV logo and SpongeBob, 2 things the blog posters never mentioned. That little green dinosaur is nowhere to be seen. And then there's those color bars. While associated with analog TV, what was shown in that second blog post was a channel offline screen from some kind of satellite provider, not analog. It is likely that this footage was fabricated, but how can this be proven for sure? While Katrina watched the shutdown from a satellite provider, analog TV was still used in Japan up until 2011, making this version of the shutdown also possibly real. So, does that mean there were multiple shutdowns? Possibly. And it wasn't until 2016, years later, when yet another alleged recording of the shutdown was uploaded online. And here's yet another one with color bars. Rather than a sudden cut to them, the station first cuts to black with the channel watermark in the top right. Then the color bars kind of fade in. I don't know if it's just me, but the way they kind of fade in looks a bit fake. This one kind of looks like it's intentionally made to look creepy. And let's not forget about the dinosaur and how it's nowhere to be seen in this one here either. From this point onward, people became further entranced by this mystery, and the search began branching out overseas, particularly with those in the lost media community. Something about the images on those blogs made people feel like the footage was out there. I mean, 3 blog posters provided images of it. Plenty of people in Japan enjoyed Nickelodeon's programming to want to do that. That much is clear. And trying to validate the 2 videos already out there was also a priority. Maybe other TV providers that aired Nickelodeon could be tracked down. And thus, the search continued. But, at long last, what may be the most significant find had surfaced in March of 2020. Anything here look particularly interesting? Perhaps this little green lad right here. That's right, it was finally after all these years that shutdown footage featuring everything the blog posters had mentioned had surfaced publicly. That very first poster we talked about mentioned that the last show to air was a short. This recording shows the credits to a Nicktoon short known as Bull and Red. Next, we see that dinosaur bumper, and then the channel unavailable screen from the TV provider. And in case you were wondering, it's been confirmed through the footage and blog posts that this specific provider is Sky Perfect TV, a satellite TV provider in Japan. So, does that make the other 2 fake? Let's go back to that discussion regarding the TV providers. With a little digging, it can be found that Nickelodeon was originally introduced to Japan as a premium network via DirecTV Japan in 1998. Though, in 2000, its official satellite TV provider became none other than Sky Perfect TV. And with even more digging, it's discovered that Nick Japan was later available on 4 other networks in addition to this, these being listed as broadband providers. This is all found on an archived version of Nick Japan's webpage. There's also a separate area for cable providers, saying to contact your cable TV people directly to see if Nickelodeon was provided through them. So, those other 2, admittedly more creepy shutdowns actually do have a shot at being real. As a matter of fact, members of the Lost Media Wiki were eventually somewhat able to conclude that the first shutdown screen, the one with SpongeBob, most likely was footage from the broadband provider Hikari 1. And you know what that means? That there could be a lot of different versions of this shutdown footage out there, and the ones found already could still be fake. There could be many different versions of the shutdown that are out there and just not documented and unable to be documented because who was there to record them? There's even a bit of doubt with the 3rd shutdown footage, as real and ideal as it appears. I discovered this after contacting Blue Frog TV, the uploader of that shutdown footage. You see, Blue Frog originally recalled finding that footage in an unlisted playlist for Nick Japan back in 2016. They recounted the word hoax being in that original upload they came across. A user even commented on the 2020 upload of the shutdown, claiming to be the 2016 uploader and saying that they made the video and that the footage was fake. Despite these claims, this didn't really add up to Blue Frog TV for a number of reasons. One being that it was later found out that each TV provider actually shut off the stations at different times. Some providers shut Nick Japan down a little early. There's also how difficult it would be to actually obtain and create this footage because, at this point, Bull and Red wasn't found online and didn't air on every Nickelodeon station. In short, getting all that footage, the Sky TV screen shutting down the channel, and the watermarks and all that would be pretty difficult. So... heck, all of these could be fake. I mean, there is no way you could definitively, without a doubt in your mind, prove any of these recordings are real. I mean, that dumb thing I put in the beginning of this video, I made it. I mean, it doesn't look very professional, but I just kind of spliced together a lot of Nick Japan footage and footage I found that looked creepy with like SpongeBob characters, and I was like, you know what? Anyways, you can't really ask Nickelodeon if this is real or not. They can't confirm it. You can't go back and ask these TV providers if it's real. They probably don't know or really care. It's kind of that niche. You can't really get a 14-year-old piece of footage of a TV shutdown PSA graded and made real, you know? What? That's kind of what makes it so interesting. As far as what's agreed upon in the lost media community, or rather those interested in this one specific piece, the Sky Perfect shutdown with the dinosaur is real. It's simply a satellite TV variant. The SpongeBob footage with the color bars is believed to be real as well, just a broadband TV version of the shutdown, provided by Hikari One. There are varying opinions, however, and still a lot of debate within this little community. I mean, look at this. As far as Nickelodeon's Japanese presence after the shutdown, different popular shows were moved to other networks following its closure. iCarly later aired in Japan, but on another network. SpongeBob, the show that really took off in Japan, moved over to MTV Japan and NHK. And, in 2018, the new and improved Nickelodeon Japan. That's right, Nick Japan did actually come back in 2018, though unfortunately the channel had a very brief run and shut down yet again in 2022. SpongeBob still airs today on those other two networks I mentioned though, and it's still going strong. In all honesty here, I don't think SpongeBob will ever die. Ever. And if you are wondering, that 2022 shutdown isn't lost, and that's because this version of Nickelodeon was provided digitally. There isn't much mystery to this one. And there you have it, friends. This is the story of the Nick Japan shutdown. One of the most bizarre, yet somehow interesting lost mediums I have come across in my career of looking at lost medium. Other versions of the shutdown may very well pop up in the future, and you know what? Those will probably not be confirmed to be, you know, legit either. It's very likely that all of them will never, ever be recovered. I mean, again, how are you going to know how many exist in the first place? But with all of that said, officially on the Lost Media Wiki, the Nick Japan shutdown is considered officially partially found. As far as those Japanese dubbed shows that aired on Nickelodeon Japan, there is a list of ones that are completely lost that I found online. Here's that list. And you know, who knows if these will be recovered ever. These are kind of older niche shows I remember watching when I was a very, very small child, and you know, I don't know how well they did in Japan. I don't know if they have access to these dubs anymore or even have interest in releasing them, like on streaming or through DVDs or Blu-ray. Our story begins in the early 1990s, in a thrift store in Akihabara, which is located within Tokyo. It was here that an unmarked cassette tape was purchased for only 50 yen at a thrift store located within the iconic Radio Kaikon building. This tape was supposedly found in a box by the entrance of said thrift store. A box with too many cassette tapes to even begin to count. It was a store the purchaser had visited many times in the past. This person, who had often visited Akihabara by bicycle with some friends, returns home and listens to this tape, along with a few others that they had purchased that day. A common similarity with these tapes is that they were initially blank and recorded onto, much like how you would record onto a VHS tape television programming. Upon beginning to listen to said tapes, not much is noteworthy, and many of these cassette tapes have some kind of description written on them, likely containing titles of the songs or or just a general idea of what to expect once you pop in the cassette tape and listen to it. There was one, however, that did not have any title, only something that was scribbled out on part of the label and is now unable to be read. All of the songs the purchaser had listed prior to this are easily recognized, until a certain song begins to play. A song with no title but ominous and almost eerie lyrics. A song that would set forth one of Japan's most notable internet mysteries and urban legends. One that one could say is just as notorious as Hitogata. This is a mystery that spans decades and still remains unsolved. This is the mystery of Akihabara de Kata Cassette Tape no Kyoku. But for this video, I'm going to dub it the most mysterious song of Japan. Bound to be some mistakes. I mean, I'd be pretty surprised if there weren't. I did put a full effort in trying to piece this video together and put a great deal of time into making sure it's coherent and professional and just generally reputable. So if there is any issues or anything that's not correct, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will pin it in a comment or put it in my description, probably both. And I do have to say, this was not my sole efforts alone. I do have to credit my Japanese instructor, Tompkins Sensei. If you are watching this, thank you so much for helping me out. I'm eternally grateful. So, it all started in the year 2000. This is when the original poster uploaded the track to 2chan, along with some background info on the song. The OP, as we'll refer to them as for the rest of this video, asked for info on a board specializing in occult content. And why there, you may be asking? Well, to begin, there is a very long history with the song of it being possibly cursed and just generally creepy. Though back in 2000 it didn't really have the notoriety as it does today on the Japanese internets. It does have some pretty ominous lyrics, and the way it was found is also rather creepy. This 2000 thread didn't actually begin with the OP. Rather, there was a user unrelated to the OP asking for songs to listen to while they looked at creepy content online. This likely included urban legends, creepypastas, and just general stuff like that. This poster specified that they wanted songs that weren't intentionally creepy, nothing that would have a quote-unquote ghost voice intended to scare people, but just something that would be generally unsettling. Among the responses on this forum was the person, the OP, who had found the 50N cassette tape. They went on to comment that they had posted the song elsewhere in the past, and most people described it as sounding scary. A little more information was provided on why the OP purchased this cassette tape, as they went on to write that this cassette tape had no markings other than that little scribbled out portion. Even more information was provided, as the tape itself was described as being a blank cassette tape that could record up to 20 minutes of audio. They also added that the mysterious song of Japan was not the only song on the tape. as they went on to say that the tape included a song by Takahashi Yumiko. Takahashi is an idol who was popular around the early 90s and actually debuted in the year 1990. The OP claimed that they recognized every song on the tape and the other tapes they had purchased, except for that one mysterious song. I do want to clarify that this is actually not the cassette tape in question, as it's just used as an example by the OP. So, long story short, we have actually never seen an official photo of the original cassette tape. Following the OP's description, as well as sharing a very low quality variant of the song itself, remember, it's the year 2000, there were a few comments commenting on how scary the song sounded. One specific post that the quote-unquote scariness was due to the low quality of the upload. Though, despite this very same poster went on to comment on how eerie the lyrics were and how off-putting the vocals sounded. Specifically how off-putting the pitch becomes of the vocalist halfway through the track. They do conclude the post as defining it as cursed. And while people did comment on the spookiness of this song very early on, this was merely the beginning of the recognition and, again, notoriety the song would receive. Said notoriety only grew once the audio was uploaded to Nico Nico Doga in 2007. It was in this year that the song was uploaded with the title So Eerie, the song on the cassette tape I bought in Akihabara. The original description of this upload, while in Japanese, translates to this. Thank you again, Sensei. I used to visit Akihabara frequently over 10 years ago. Back then, there was this store that used to sell cassette tapes for only 50 yen. This was one of the songs I had found on one of those cassette tapes. I welcome all comments and thoughts on this somewhat eerie song. The description does go on to also explain some technical issues relating to the upload of the song itself. It explains that the length on the upload is not the song's actual full length. The software the OP had at the time could only create videos in 1-minute increments, and the song was about 3.5 minutes in length. Because of that, the video cuts off and fades out at a weird time. Before the video fades out. This is where one of the urban legends comes in, though cannot be confirmed as this original upload no longer exists on Nico Nico. Apparently, according to some comments from the era, the upload initially didn't sync and progress correctly with the timeline that showed the video duration. So, according to hearsay around the web, the track time on the bar would begin to mismatch with the song and how the song was progressing on that timeline. There currently exist uploads on Nico Nico as well as YouTube, and neither actually do this in case anyone is curious. Following this upload, this song and this video of the song soon became a part of various tags and categories on Nico Nico. Among these is the 7 mysteries of Nico Nico. While I won't go into too much detail here, it is something, or rather certain elements of the 7 mysteries are things I do want to talk about later. Another tag used is the Tell Me the Name of the Song tag on Nico Nico. A tag that, at this point in time, has over 580 songs connected to it. Basically, think the Tip of My Tongue subreddit, but in video form. Now, here are also some creepier categories the song belongs to. First, we have the words Nico Nico Danger Zone, which is often attached to uploads of the song. Comments by viewers of the videos also write these words in the comments. Another category associated with the Akiba tape, or Most Mysterious Song of Japan, are words you should never search. These words being Akihabara de kata koseto tepu no kyoku. So, Is the song that creepy? The whole lost media element is, and of course, so is the way it was found and not recognizable by anyone. This goes for a lot of lost media out there, but it does beg the question, is the song itself really that creepy? The lyrics themselves, I must admit, are a little unsettling, but I wouldn't say blatantly so. The lyrics are also the reason why that kind of desolate forest image shows up on a lot of these uploads. So, what is the song about? What are the lyrics? Where are you going? Chasing after the wind. Dead leaves the color of the setting sun? Knock on the door. Sleep in a broken chair. The light glowing outside the window. Dream of an unknown town. Goodbye to you. With a sad smile. Fly away to a distant country. Ah, there are the stars, spanning the departing sky. Touch the bluebird's wings gently with your finger before setting it free. So, in my humble opinion, I don't feel it's directly creepy. As a matter of fact, these lyrics are a lot easier to make out than the original Lost Song's lyrics, meaning the most mysterious song on the internet. Really, my own initial impressions were that it sounds like a solemn, melancholy breakup song, as though the vocalist is leaving her lover and not looking back. And there is really a lot of melancholy Japanese music out there. Would this song be as creepy if it was well known by the Japanese populace? I would honestly love to hear what you guys think about that, so let me know in the comments if you have any thoughts. Moving on, there's this thing on the Japanese internet called the Nico Nico Encyclopedia. It's basically an online encyclopedia / online forum that was launched in 2008. This webpage is another big element of the Akiba tape's existence on the internet. A dedicated search for this song had actually taken place on this platform, with people suggesting various artists and songs. A great deal of them, actually. Really, there have been a plethora of ideas as to who could have sang this song since it was introduced onto the internet. There is one prominent potential title and artist that was in the forefront of this search for quite some time, one that only grew in credibility. With that said, allow me to introduce you to another piece of Japanese lost media, Yui Saito's Midnight Sympathy, a single from 1989. At the point in time where it was considered in the search, neither the lyrics or the song itself existed online, and it was completely lost. Yui Saito herself is not known as a singer though, and is actually well known in other forms of media in the late 80s, specifically adult films in the late 80s. Midnight Sympathy was her very first and only single. So why was Midnight Sympathy such a popular suggestion by so many? From what I can personally conclude based on my own research, it's the time period Midnight Sympathy was produced and the fact that it was also lost. Perhaps some people felt that Midnight Sympathy and the Akiba tape were pieces of the same puzzle that just weren't connected just yet. Well, the single was eventually found, recovered, and made available online. So, is the song on the tape? Is the song Midnight Sympathy by Yui Saito? Unfortunately, no. Things did begin to point in this direction before the find of the single itself, however, as the song duration of Midnight Sympathy is different from the duration of the upload of the mysterious song, though the exact duration of the mysterious song of Japan is still unconfirmed due to the upload mishaps. I mean, it might be off by a couple of seconds, but still we don't have the definitive, confirmed actual duration of the song. Regardless, long story short, the mysterious song of Japan ended up not being Midnight Sympathy after all. And the single Midnight Sympathy itself is fairly rare, as it's unavailable through various stores that have it listed on their sites. This includes Amazon, Disc Union, and Discogs. It is not completely unfindable at this point, however, as I did see a few currently for sale on sites like Mercari, and they're not expensive. They really range anywhere from 3,500 yen to 5,500, which is about $35 to $55. So what about those other suggestions? Nicopedia users had also suggested artists such as Cave, or possibly an early work of Adi Project, which is a rock band that became active back in 1984. Some feel the lyrics and sound of the mysterious song of Japan are similar to their early works, and I can definitely see it personally. I've even seen some suggestions like Zard, or even an early demo from a 90s idol like Ayumi Hamazaki. Really, a lot of names have been suggested and considered, though it's completely unknown if any of these suggestions really hold any weight. A lot of them are pretty out there, a lot of them do make sense. Among the suggestions I've read, one that does make sense is Yukiko Okada. Okada was an idol active for a short period of time during the Showa era, from her official debut in 1984 to her death in 1986. Though, with the other known song on the Akiba tape being a track from no earlier than 1990, this could be unlikely. Though there are things that did stand out to me personally when I heard the mysterious song myself. To begin, it does sound a bit like her. One of the comments on the 2chan board, the original one, did say the pitch of the song was a little weird halfway through. And honestly, Yukiko Okada's voice kinda had a similar odd pitch if you do listen to her songs. Okada did have a lot of solemn songs that have similar lyrics to the mysterious song. She also had unreleased content due to her death. One confirmed instance is Hana no Image, a 1986 single. The release of this single was cancelled due to her death, and while the song did actually air one single time on Okada's radio show one day before her death, an official release did not occur until 13 years later in 1999. With all of that considered, it could be possible that Yukiko Okada had recorded other tracks that didn't make the cut for an album or were just left unreleased. Okada's production company, Sun Music, is also very close to Akihabara. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? Not really. Another possible and very likely conclusion to this search is that it's from an idol that just never made it big. There were a lot of idols in Japan during this time. While the demand and popularity of idols really peaked during the late Showa era, many of these idols likely debuted, received little recognition or positive reception, and faded into obscurity. Especially as the popularity of idols decreased during the 1990s. The vocalist of the mysterious song of Japan could be an idol who had no management or very little management and only existed locally in a somewhat underground scene. Now, brief disclaimer here, I don't know anything about music theory or composition. The instrumentals sound somewhat professional to me, but that may not be the case. This recording could have been made with less resources than a big record label provide. But again, I really have no idea. I mean, A Fever You Can't Sweat Out was an album that was made on a budget, yet became extremely popular overnight. This is something I never knew until recently, and I really can't tell from listening to any of the early Panic music itself. But again, if you're big on music theory and have a good ear, let me know what you think. I really have no idea. Anyways, back to my point. And yeah, if you've noticed that I'm specifically saying idol right now, that's because I haven't even gotten into the possibility of it belonging to a band or some kind of solo vocalist that didn't fit that idol image. While the song definitely gives me an idol vibe, and another idol song was on the tape, that doesn't exactly conclude that the vocalist was an idol. There were quite a few groups at this time, the early 90s and late 80s, that were categorized as musical groups or bands that had a female vocalist. Dreams Come True, Zabadak, TRF, and Lindbergh are just a few I can name off the top of my head. These are all artists that were popular during the late 80s and early 90s. And yeah, that does broaden things quite a bit. So the OP never uploaded the full contents of the cassette tape. While they may have not thought of the rest of the tape as noteworthy or containing of any clues, it could hold some kind of lead. You'd be surprised what the lost media community can dig up sometimes. One small clue that I could find was the thrift store itself. While unnamed, it was located in a building called Radio Kaikan, which translates to Radio Hall. If you've ever been to Akihabara, you've likely seen this guy. It was rebuilt in 2011 and remains in the same spot today. While knowing this location isn't a huge clue, it might help out a little bit. There may be some way to track down the original thrift store, though I'm sure a lot of businesses come in and out of that specific building. So, over the years, there have been quite a few leads, though unfortunately none have been really significant just yet. Hopefully that will change in the future. There was, however, a huge milestone in the search. In 2011, a very surprising upload provided what could potentially be critical information to the search. During this year, a video was uploaded to Nico Nico, a video titled Dead Leaves of Sorrow, Something Lost in the Forest. The contents of this video? A high-quality stereo recording of the mysterious song. The original upload of the song, that one from 2007 and the one from 2000, were both in mono, and this upload sounded significantly better. Word of this upload spread to Nico Nicopedia forums, and the OP was ecstatic. So much so that they changed the name of the 2007 upload of the song to something along the lines of, "I'm glad I finally found the title." Though the discovery did not remain valid for long, as it was later discovered that this stereo recording was actually an enhanced version of the original mono audio. After this, the OP actually deleted that original 2007 video. In addition, the OP later clarified that while the original upload of the song was in mono, the recording on the cassette tape itself was recorded in stereo, meaning that the recording of the Akiba tape was already in stereo to begin with. This was nothing new. And for a long time, this was thought to be where the search ended. There were no leads, and nobody really knew if the song would ever be identified. At that point, the Akiba tape just became the source of urban legends and just was mainly known as a cursed song that people should avoid. It wasn't until 2018 that genuine search efforts resumed. It was in this year that the OP uploaded a newer, higher quality rip of the song. In the description, the OP goes on to express that they're still highly interested in finding information on the song, as well as providing more details about finding it. After all these years, after these decades have passed, they still have hope. They describe the appearance of the tape, noting the black marker on it in that reference image from earlier. They also clarify that the song was always in stereo and explain the backstory of how and when they acquired it. There are also some interesting new details provided that could help the search along. Here is a brief translation of these new details. There were multiple stores in a building near Akihabara Station, one of which specializes in cassette tapes, VHS tapes, floppy disks, etc. There was a large cardboard box near the entrance with a lot of used cassette tapes in it, and this is one of those tapes. They were sold for 50 yen each. So, things we pretty much already knew, but here's where it gets really interesting. In this used cassette corner, there were lots of what seemed to be samples of songs from before they were released. Songs used in commercials, demo tapes, etc. from the recording industry. Some of these tapes had the names of record companies on them. This tape didn't have anything written on it. So, understanding the origin of the other cassettes in the box could provide some clarity on what this tape was and where it came from. I personally wonder if the other available tapes came from a variety of different record companies, or if the tapes in this box primarily came from one record company. This info was not provided, though it could just be assumed that there was a variety. Let's look again at the other song that was on the Akiba tape, however. The track by Yumiko Takahashi. Upon doing a brief search on Discogs, I found that all of her albums have been released under the album label Victor. Could Victor be the label that owns the rights to this mysterious song, or were these separate tracks recorded on separate occasions by different companies and different people? Keep in mind that these cassette tapes are not the masters. They were something that came from a much higher quality source. There's potential for speculation here, but we still have a lot of questions and no answers. As of right now, the latest article on the Akihabara cassette tape was in 2020, and at that point, no new information has been discovered. Ah yes, the Akihabara tape, also known as Fly Away or the most mysterious song of Japan. And while there are many mysterious unidentified songs out there, unidentified songs themselves have gained newfound attention in recent years. The song on the cassette tape I found in Akihabara, as this mystery is known in Japan, has been the topic of both speculation and unease for decades. This song and the mystery behind it was introduced in Japan way back in the year 2000, which, you know, is 23 years ago now. Yikes. For those unfamiliar with the mystery, allow me to give you a brief rundown. So, Tokyo in 1990, or approximately 1990. Around this time period, in Akihabara, the electronics district of Tokyo, there was a thrift store that specialized in electronic goods. Said store existed within the Radio Kaikon building, which is a very famous building in Japan but was refurbished over a decade ago and the original one no longer exists. At the front of said store, there was a box full of cassette tapes, and a lot of them, many of which were previously blank and recorded over. A student who frequently rode his bicycle to Akiba with his friends found some cassette tapes within this box, purchased them for only 50 yen, that being a little less than 50 cents, and took them home. Upon going through the contents of these tapes, it was found that most of the songs were easily recognizable, except for one. This song was perceived by the listener as both mysterious and ominous. It made such an impact, in fact, that they later uploaded it to 2chan to see if anyone recognized the song. This first post came about in the year 2000, about 10 years after they acquired the tape. And nobody recognized the song. Something that was primarily taken note of rather than identifying the song was how creepy it sounded, Because of this, it became what's defined as an unsearchable term in Japan, as well as one of the mysteries of Nico Nico, which it was later uploaded to in 2007. The song remained unidentified, and though there were some theories thrown around about who sung the song, particularly Adi Project or the vocalist from Adi Project, there was never really a dedicated search in itself, at least in Japan. In the time since I first discussed this mystery, well over a year ago, an abundance of interest and search efforts have came about. This includes actual substantial developments. So, let's pick up where we left off, shall we? So, like I said, search efforts in Japan actually occurred, though seem to be at a complete halt by 2021. I mean, by this point in time, the Akihabara tape mystery was kind of an old internet relic. The most recent significant discussion on this topic occurred around the late 2000s at this point. However, shortly after my upload, re-uploads of the song itself with an English title came about. It surprised me even further when restorations of the song came about as well. Shortly following this, a very detailed and dedicated Reddit post on r/lostwave, courtesy of user iamps85, was posted. A user who has also uploaded song restorations. This Reddit post was posted at the beginning of 2022, and to be clear, the Akiba tape song had been mentioned on this specific subreddit in the past, being referred to as Fly Away, though was not discussed at great lengths until iamps85's post. A post I consider highly influential to the events that followed. It was here, my friends, where the true search for the origin of the Akiba tape's mysterious song began. It was following this post that the creation of the song's very own subreddit came about, r/Japan's mystery song. And shortly following this came the song's first significant discovery. That the song was made sometime after the year 1984. How was this narrowed down, though? By the first prominent Reddit post within the official subreddit. And this brings us to the instruments used within the song itself and the discovery of which ones were used. To those familiar with music composition and instruments themselves, two things may have become apparent upon hearing this track. One, the instruments used are all electronically generated through a musical instrument digital interface, or MIDI, rather than from organic instruments played live in a studio. Most come from a synthesizer. And two, because of this composition, the track was likely an amateur project or a demo produced for a larger company. We'll get into that shortly. It was in that aforementioned and significant Reddit post that the drum machine in the song used to create, you know, all those drum noises, was identified. And what was the drum machine? Well, it was... drumroll. The Yamaha RX-11, a professional drum machine initially released in Japan in July of 1984. This find came courtesy of Reddit user Hornez69, who had been restoring that specific drum machine. They were, later on, able to provide a demonstration with the RX-11 in their possession. Another key detail, one that is all but confirmed, is the synthesizer used for the track. Upon inspection, it's highly likely that the Yamaha DX7 was the synth used to produce the other MIDI sounds in the song. This in itself is not as big a key detail though. The DX7 was among the most commonly used synthesizers of the time and was produced from May of 1983 to 1989. However, it is noteworthy that the SY77 was a Yamaha synthesizer that replaced the DX7 in December of 1989. Now, why exactly is the synth believed to be the DX7 specifically? Hornaz69 states that they recognize various sounds unique and exclusive to the DX7, one specifically being the Koto patch featured in the synth's ROM1 cartridge. Narrowing down the instruments was only the first phase, the beginning even, in better understanding this track. In the early days of this search, there was one task that remained among the top priorities in understanding the track better. That task being contacting the original poster who had purchased that cassette tape in 1990 and later uploaded information in the track itself in 2000. Now, technically, the OP was reachable on various web pages, most notably their blog and Twitter. They certainly had an online presence even to this day, though whether they were willing to discuss this mystery years later was completely unknown. By the beginning of 2022, search efforts overseas or outside of Japan were set in motion. Though, the ball truly began rolling on February 27th of 2022 with the launch of the Akiba Tape Discord server. While the subreddit does do well to document the search, a great deal of updates and discussion came about with this centralized hub on Discord. And it was around this time where contact with the original poster and owner of the tape was attempted. Despite the various attempts to reach out at this time, no contact was made with OP. Despite this, other objectives and tasks did come about, including while many can assume what the song was made for, the exact purpose of the track remained very much unknown. There's actually more theories for the song and the cassette tape's purpose than you'd think. Among the most common theories discussed were: one popular theory from the very start of the search was the song's possible creation to be used in an anime. One possible outcome is that the anime never was completed, or that the anime itself is so obscure that it became lost media. Now, there wasn't anything substantial in validating this theory, though the lyrics of the song, as well as its overall feel, does seem to fit the theme of fiction. The song does sound very much like an ending theme to an obscure OVA, to me personally, and there were many of those produced around this time, I assure you. Some validation for this theory lies within another song said to be on the cassette tape from the OP. Supposedly, the Akiba tape also included a song by the artist Yumiko Takahashi. This was stated by OP pretty early on. So, Takahashi's first single was released in 1990 and it was an anime opening. This anime was produced by NTV, a TV channel that aired anime produced by the company Sunrise during this period. And thus, for this reason, it is theorized that the song may have been produced for a lost or unreleased NTV show or Sunrise anime. This is due to the inclusion of Takahashi on the tape and what Takahashi was affiliated with at this point in time. I mean, like I said, I personally feel like this sounds like an anime ending or even possibly an opening. I would honestly love to hear what you guys think in the comments though, so let me know if you have any thoughts on that. Now, this theory actually comes from a noteworthy comment that took note of the use of instruments used as well as their use of them within the track. This was a theory that wasn't really discussed or speculated until this point. But allow me to provide you with the actual comment and the words of the commenter themselves.
Just had a conversation with our Japanese musician in our company. He listened to the song, and he said that this is a possible demo song from Sony or Hitachi, not sure which of the two, for sound demo for their music component products. However, he didn't know the said artist's name, nor when it was created or co-created by some production company. Hopefully we can find the origin of this song.
This comment, in all honesty, may now hold a lot of weight. Originating from a restoration upload courtesy of iamps85, it's rather detailed. Really, it came out of nowhere, but it's not the typical comment that claimed to definitively know the source of the track. It is a theory that has not been explored too much, especially since the commenter did not elaborate further beyond that one singular comment, even after replies were made. However, with high-end stereo systems being in high demand and quite competitive in their marketing back then, this may be a viable outcome. I mean, I personally recall these types of demo discs being included with Bose music systems back in the mid-2000s. They were definitely a thing, albeit rather niche. Not really something you keep around and listen to for funsies, you know? And even if they were distributed, they were likely in the possession of the company that sold these stereo systems. They wouldn't really go home to the public, at least I don't think they would. So, in short, the likelihood of one of these audio sample showcase discs or cassettes being preserved is rather unlikely. And lastly, the original theory of this being a song produced by a singer or band, be it an idol that was brought on board to a talent agency, an artist or band that created a demo in attempt to be picked up by a label, or an early recording or scrap track by an already established artist of the time. There have been various established and publicly known artists speculated to have been the vocalist on the track, and we will explore that shortly. So, more details were actually discovered upon inspection of the cassette images provided by the OP. While the physical, tangible cassette itself was typical of the era, it was the marked out portion in the corner of the cassette's label that drew a lot of attention. It clearly said something that the people who scribbled it out did not want the public to see when it was probably donated to that secondhand shop. That something it said exactly was unclear. Nonetheless, there were various theories on what it said and why it was marked out. Perhaps the logo was a talent agency or record label. Maybe, possibly, and hopefully a band that could further narrow down the date of the song's creation in some way. Maybe even something that could lead us to the actual name of the band or artist who created the song. Naturally, various theories as to what this said were speculated upon and, thrown around. Though, despite this, nothing was confirmed. Upon inspection of that grainy original image, the most visible word under all that black ink was associates. And it was highly speculated that the word before it said representative, so representative associates. But what was unable to be fully confirmed and decoded through the photo available to us was the rest of it. And to clarify a detail I mentioned in the first Akiba tape video, this photo of the cassette is not the Akiba tape. Regardless, according to OP, the tape did look identical to this and had that same logo marked over in black ink. There is no official photo of the original Akiba tape with the track on it that's available online, and that makes the search particularly tricky. At this point in the search, in early 2022, contact was still being attempted with the original poster and owner of the tape. Despite this, hopes were low in the likelihood of them ultimately providing a response. I mean, let's be honest here, after all these years, OP may have put this time in their life behind them. Perhaps barely even recollecting this mystery in the modern day. Contact on OP's blog was attempted, and that didn't really prove to be fruitful as there was never any response. But then came the discovery of OP's Twitter account. A Twitter account that they were very active on to this day. OP, known on Twitter as Tekibaka, would often post Ohayo gozaimasu or good morning on their account. The most worthwhile and opportune window to respond was through these good morning tweets. Attempt was also made on old tweets that directly mentioned the Akiba tape as well. None of these response tweets were responded to in turn by Tekibaka. Only ignored. Oh, actually, were they ever really ignored to begin with? It was finally in March of 2022 that a sudden and unexpected series of tweets were posted by Tekibaka out of nowhere. Posts that directly addressed the Akiba tape.
So, about the song on the Akihabara tape that became famous with occult fans as a do not search trend. These are the actual tapes that I bought at the same time, also for 50 yen. The Aji Nomoto gift tape had been recorded over, so the original content is gone. But the Oyome-san no Ota tape was left untouched.
Let's begin to unpack a little bit here. What is Ajinomoto? The answer to that is actually fairly simple. They're a Japanese food company. A very well-known and long-established food company, as a matter of fact. One that had produced many commercials over the years. Now, the gift part is a bit trickier. When looking into the complete phrasing Ajinomoto gift though, as it's written in Japanese, something does come up. Cooking oils. More specifically, gift boxes of cooking oils and other cooking products sometimes. Perhaps a song on this specific tape was meant to be used in a commercial for this product. Maybe all the songs on this tape were meant to be reviewed and selected for a future commercial. Possibly compiled by that company with the scribbled out logo in the corner of the cassette tape. A second tweet in this thread followed shortly after.
Part 2 of the actual tapes I bought in Akihabara. The cases and tapes have been left exactly as they were when I bought them, so they're kinda dirty. But when you look really closely, you can see Fujimoto Yuri written under the marker. And on the third picture, you can just about see demo tape written at the end of the line of marker. I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that these were tapes disposed of by some kind of organization.
This one is pretty self-explanatory. Now, as far as who Fujimoto Yuri is, well, your guess is as good as mine. Many people come up upon searching this name with that specific kanji used in the tweet, and those who do come up are very unlikely to be associated with this tape. The most prominent person within the results being a 43-year-old politician whose name uses that same kanji that was specified again in the tweet. And this tape also literally says demo tape on it. While this does not narrow down information on the Akiba tape itself, this tape did come from that same shop and possibly the same company or organization.
One of the reasons I deleted the first Akiba cassette tape video and renamed it I'm Glad We Found Out the Title is that I thought it might get into legal troubles concerning the song's copyright. Even though the song was completely unknown, no one knew the title, writer, or composer, I started to get worried about the fact that I had reposted it without permission. So since I uploaded that song to try to find out the writer, composer, or singer, I decided to re-upload it. The first time, I also uploaded it with mono audio. So I re-uploaded it with the original stereo audio, the same file that I personally own. However, as you all know, everything about the song is still unknown. There's an article about it on the Nico Nico Encyclopedia, but none of the creators of the song have ever commented on it or anything. Who knows whether any new information about this song will ever arise.
This tweet is interesting as it shows that OP had fears of facing legal issues by having that original Nico Nico upload of the full song up like that. This truly isn't too outlandish of a concern. As far as copyright goes, Japan is exceptionally strict. And with this third tweet, it was confirmed that the original poster had not known any new information on the song. That it was just as much a mystery as the day they made that first post on 2chan. It was following this post that an actual correspondence occurred as well. Kai, a very talented translator and honestly invaluable member of the Akiba Tape Discord, responded to this thread of tweets in Japanese, asking what became of that original Akiba tape with the mysterious song on it. Tekibaka did answer this tweet, and the answer was not great. See, it turns out that the original poster, Tekibaka, had thrown out the original Akiba tape. Of course, this news was absolutely less than ideal, though Tekibaka would continue to communicate with those involved in the search following this tweet, and that itself was a plus. As a matter of fact, shortly after, clearer photos of the logos scribbled out on the blue tapes were posted, giving us a much clearer look at that logo we discussed earlier. With these images, we could clearly see what it said for the most part. Tekibaka even wrote out the spelling in a tweet. What the Ajinomoto gift tape said, the one said to look exactly like the original Akiba tape was ADA, Audio Representative Associates. However, this was not the only variation of the ADA logo. Clearer photos of the other tape were also eventually posted, and that showed that this one said ADA Company Limited, both using that same ADA logo with the same font. So, Audio Representative Associates and ADA Company Limited. This information was a substantial lead in the search, but what was ADA? A talent agency, recording studio? Something completely different? This ADA revelation would not be the only discovery found upon this second tape, however. Later on, the OP would post yet another tweet, this one with one of the ADA cassette tapes playing. One video in particular featured another unusual song, one that would turn out to be yet another Japanese mystery song. That's right, folks, now we have two. The only identifier being the writing on the cassette tape, not the one scribbled out with that ADA logo, but one written as the title. Writing that read, Wagamama, which roughly translates to selfish or self-centered in Japanese. So, two Japanese mystery songs now, you guys. Both likely coming from the same ADA company, or at least a company that ADA represented. Despite ending up with more mystery on our hands, we did actually uncover a bit of information that may be helpful in the future. Now, on to the next discovery. Now, what if I told you that there may be a second tape with the mysterious song also on it? That being the original mysterious song, Fly Away. Or that original tape came into the possession of another curious internet user somehow. This speculation comes from this Yahoo Answers post from August of 2021. And do keep in mind that this was well before I uploaded my original Akiba tape video, also in 2021 but a couple months later. This post claimed they obtained a blank cassette that was recorded onto from a hard-off, that being a Japanese secondhand store chain. They then go on to write the lyrics of the song, these lyrics being the lyrics of the mysterious song / Fly Away. At the bottom of the post, they also listed off other songs supposedly on the tape. All idol songs from between 1981 and 1986. Now, unfortunately, all users on Japan's version of Yahoo Answers are anonymous and unable to be contacted. With that said, it's very unlikely that anything further will come from this discovery unless this poster comes forward on their own once again, hopefully showing the tape itself and playing what's on it. Though, in all honesty, and many of you may be already thinking this, it may just be a LARP and nothing more. After all, OP had said that they discarded the tape, not that they sold it or gave it away to anyone. Now, before we get ahead of ourselves, let's get back to the original mystery song. Very early on in the search, artist ideas were thrown around and speculated upon. That's a natural course of events that would come about in this type of search. With popularity of this mystery song growing, the artist theories have as well. Here are some commonly speculated artists as of right now. This is the artist said to also be featured on the original Akiba tape along with the mystery song. The artist who debuted in 1990 with that anime opening. While it's unlikely to actually be her, I am putting this theory out there nonetheless. So, here's some info on Takahashi. Her idol debut was in 1988, first single was released in 1990. The talent agencies she's been affiliated with in the past are Big Apple, Hirata Office, Toho Entertainment, and Koni. She has been with the record label Victor Entertainment since the very beginning. This has actually led to speculation that the mystery song may be owned by Victor Entertainment. Takahashi was most active in the early 1990s and her last official single was in 1999. A few best of albums have been released in the time since then, however. Not to be confused with Yumiko Takahashi, Reiko Takahashi became a candidate and possible vocalist of Fly Away in March of 2022. The primary reason for this is that she sounds similar and was active during the period the tape was likely recorded. Reiko Takahashi also had a very short-lived career as an idol, only releasing 4 songs and is very obscure and unknown as far as idols go. There's more though. Reiko Takahashi had also been signed to Victor, the same label Yumiko Takahashi was signed to. And it gets even better, folks! One of Takahashi's 4 songs in particular, a track titled Love Songu wa Utainai, aka I Can't Sing a Love Song, is rather similar in theme and lyrics to Fly Away. So maybe, just maybe, Fly Away was an early version of this song, or scrapped due to it being too similar to I Can't Sing a Love Song. Another contender surfaced following an interesting Reddit post that detailed someone's own theory regarding the search. They explored commercials that had aired in the past for Ajinomoto Gift and ultimately stumbled upon another short-lived idol by the name of Yoko Tanaka. The entire post itself, despite the fact that none of it is confirmed, is an interesting read. I recommend going through the whole thing if you're able. It's pretty long. Active around the same time as the aforementioned idols, Tanaka was heavily involved in an anime that aired from 1990 to 1991 titled Idol Angel Yokoso Yoko. The anime was supposed to have 52 episodes in total, however only 43 officially aired. The other 9 are lost media. But why did this happen? Tanaka had made the decision to retire as an idol while the anime was still in production. According to an article linked in that original Reddit post, she was simply unhappy with how she was being managed. Piggybacking off that idol theory previously mentioned and taking note of the window of Tanaka's career, it's possible that Fly Away could have been made for Idol Angel Yokoso Yoko, possibly as an ending theme or something. Though, because this theory comes from a Reddit post that doesn't hold much weight in terms of factual evidence, take this one with a grain of salt. This one might be the oldest and longest lasting theory for the track. There's multiple reasons for this, with the biggest one holding a great deal of weight. First off, Adi Project or Adi Pro has been active since 1984. The group is quite famous in Japan today, contributing to a few well-known anime openings, though they were very underground and obscure in the 1980s. Adi Pro was not signed to a major label until the 1990s, and it's worth noting that they were also signed by Victor Entertainment, eventually, though this was not until 1996. One other observation, one that's been stated since way back in the Mysteries 2-chan and Nico Nico days, is that Flyaway's vocalist does sound a lot like Akira Takarano, the vocalist of Adi Project. Takarano has continued to evolve her vocal style over the years, and their current stuff is very avant-garde, but the early works of the group kind of fit the bill when looking into the tone and lyrics of Fly Away. The song itself also resembles the early Adi Pro music, and the vocalist reflects Takarano's unique vocal style. It is possible that this song was an early Adi Pro demo or a tentative solo project of Takarano herself. Early Adi Project demo cassettes have been spotted online, so the idea isn't too far-fetched. Unfortunately, with Adi Pro being the famous and successful duo it is today, contacting them is anything but an easy feat. It seemed as though speculation was merely speculation and that was it. But now is where the real action comes into play here. On November 11th of 2022, Discord users Kai and Ostinetto Protervum had actually gone through extensive effort in comparing the Flyaway vocalist to the voice of Takarano herself. This is found in a YouTube video that I'll link in the description. Here's a bit of that comparison. And while this is far from definitive proof that Takarano was the vocalist, it may have set us on the right track in where attention should be set in terms of artist theories. In addition, in September of 2022, an early work by Takarano made for an anime was discovered online. In this track, she sings in a different style, one very similar to that of Fly Away. While I can't play the song here, links will be in the description to hear that for yourself. Please feel free to give it a listen and let me know your thoughts. With all of that said, at this point, at this current phase in the search, our biggest lead and hope for a possible artist appears to be Akira Takarano. Between the AI and that early anime track, it seems an artist suggested from the very start still remains a prominent adversary in our quest to get this song identified. And I really hope this isn't something I have to say for it to be understood, but I'll say it anyways. Please do not contact or hound any of these people I have named in this video. Please just be respectful, be kind. If you would like to follow the search efforts more closely, I implore those interested to join the Discord and work with the team already going about this in a respectful and polite manner. Anyways, what's also great is that we have that ADA logo to work with now. While the company remains especially elusive and is likely defunct at this point, finding any information on this company would prove invaluable. After hearing that second mystery song, interest in that one, as well as the cassette tape that it was on, had blossomed. Especially because this tape was said to not have been recorded over and also had that ADA logo. Inspecting this tape further could prove to be beneficial. With the cooperation of Tekibaka, user IAMPS85 contacted Tekibaka in hopes they could somehow purchase the tape from them, or at least obtain it to preserve it digitally. And, well, it worked. After a few weeks, the tape was in the possession of IAMPS85 and more discoveries were made. This includes showcasing the song in full, more clear photos of the tape, and IAMP's 85 being able to remove much of the black ink, revealing the very first clear and unobscured look at the ARA logo. And lastly, I wanted to mention this interesting little idea I found recently on r/Japan's mystery song. Reddit user RoboMetal had apparently taken note of a Japanese YouTube comment saying they wish this mystery would be submitted to a Japanese show titled Night Scoop so that it could be further researched. Night Scoop is a show that's been airing on Asahi Broadcasting since 1988 that takes on viewer-submitted mysteries. I mean, if the show happened to take note of the Akihabara mystery, possibly using necessary resources available to a large Japanese channel to get to the bottom of it, well, wouldn't that be something? While I'm not an expert in rap music by any means, Japan's history with the music genre goes almost as far back as it does in America. While rap music dates back to the 1970s in the United States, it's the early 1980s when it was brought to Japan. This was supposedly by Toshio Nakanishi or Hiroshi Fujiwara, or maybe both simultaneously, that's really up for debate. Anyways, J-rap, or Japanese hip-hop, or Japanese rap, began to flourish in underground scenes and take on a unique identity. It was in the year 1997 when J-rap was in full swing and a mysterious rapper entered the scene. The rapper was known as Nipponia Nippon, or at least that was their stage name. What else do we know about Nipponia Nippon? Well, nothing. This artist produced 2 tracks on one single, both made available on this record, which is a very limited underground release. The tracks themselves are fire, but the lyrics themselves are very cryptic and have led many to speculate if there's any deeper meaning behind them. There's a great deal of mystery surrounding this record, so much mystery in fact that it's become a somewhat popular internet mystery on the Japanese internet. Specifically, Futaba Channel or Nichan or 2chan, I really gotta figure out a name to continue calling this webpage. For years, people have attempted to find out more information on the mysterious artist behind this record, from the details of the recording and the tracks themselves to the current whereabouts of the artist and if they are even still among the living. The mystery behind this talented artist, someone with a very brief and short-lived career, if you could even call it that, is what we will be exploring today. So let's go ahead and explore the mystery of Nipponia Nippon, the most mysterious rapper of Japan. Nippon was a rapper that released one self-titled album in 1997. There are 2 known formats for this record, the more common being the LP/EP release, and the other one being a CD release, which I personally cannot find any photographs of online. The more rare of the 2 releases is definitely that CD release. Though it is worth noting that both of these releases are pretty hard to come by, and that's understandable considering the underground scene of the time, as well as we don't really know how many of these records were produced and sold. As I mentioned in my introduction, the J-rap scene of Japan gathered its own identity from how hip-hop and rap music was seen in the rest of the world. It is, in my opinion, that Japanese culture can have the tendency to add a sense of melancholy into its music, regardless of if a certain genre originated from another country and holds a different cultural significance there. And what about this underground scene? What was it like? Well, according to my own personal research, it wasn't a very happy place. It was pretty bleak, distressing even. Japanese hip-hop is a prominent example of this, in my opinion, as the underground J-rap scene of the late 90s was filled with a lot of dark themes and music that was somewhat of an outlet to those who made use of those dark themes. But regardless of this, the mystery and intrigue of this record did not come about with its initial upload and release. Rather, it came about much later. And by much later, I mean as early as 2008 and then later on in 2011 and 2013. At least these are the most prominent examples of posts and discussion regarding Nipponia Nippon that I can find. It may be a more broader and far-reaching understanding of the J-rap scene online, where Nipponia Nippon eventually gained traction and their music was recognized and discussed. This was unfortunately much after the fact, when Nipponia Nippon was no longer a new name on the scene, and now just another rapper that went under the radar. So, let's go ahead and get the ball rolling here and get back to the record in question. This was a record that went under the radar, as I said, and was only sold for 100 yen when it was initially released in that underground scene. Keep in mind, this is only about $1 in US dollars. Actually, a little less than that. This record has a really interesting background that adds to the elusiveness of the rapper themselves, the music, and the overall mystery, so let's go ahead and explore that, shall we? So the record is technically an EP. The first track is an instrumental introduction. It's about 1.5 minutes in length and features no lyrics, though honestly it is a vibe. And then we have the next track being one of only 2 tracks with actual lyrics in them. This track is called Yogore Tachi, which translates to bad blood or dirty blood. Let me just quickly preface this by saying that J-rap lyrics are among the most difficult things in general that I have ever tried to interpret in Japanese. They're very cryptic, a lot of play on words that I've never heard before, and I have asked for multiple people's opinions on this just to make sure what I'm reading is as confusing as I think it is, which to other people it is, yes. There is also some kind of hatred towards what I believe to be the medical system or doctors. The only way for me to accurately depict the subject matter is to just read a translation of the lyrics, so I'll go ahead and provide some of that. They keep coming one after another, more masks, looking to profit. The injection needle pushed into the scar in the arm. The reflection of a bleak face in the back window. Next track, the second of the 2 with actual lyrics, is Namake Mono, which translates to pretty much a lazy person or somebody who is lazy. So this one is equally dark and equally cryptic. It does involve the struggles of someone not being useful or helpful to society and wanting to change that, but can't become helpful because of the general stigma of being lazy. At least that's how I interpreted the lyrics. While the meaning isn't confirmed, it's definitely bleak and desperate in its subject matter. Here's some of the lyrics. I want to get out of here already. A lazy person who dozed off at the root of the sun. I want to strongly take a step forward. At the start, I'll light my Zippo and bury the controversy. I want to strongly take a step forward. Every time, I shamefully do nothing and end up right where I started. Following this are technically 2 more tracks, one being an instrumental version of Yogore Tachi, and the next one being an outro that is also instrumental. While there is only 2 tracks with lyrics on this album, there's definitely a lot to unpack here, and honestly, following the subject matter of these 2 tracks with vocals, the outro almost feels unsettling and anxious. It's definitely something that makes you feel emotions that aren't exactly happy, and I have a hunch that is what the artist intended. Aside from the lyrics, we also have information provided on the album EP record itself. Here are some images of the vinyl release. Due to its small distribution, it doesn't have full cover art. Instead, it simply includes a little sheet with the information that one would typically associate with something on an album cover. Anyways, the record itself has this same information printed onto it. We've already went through the tracks, and the year of release was already established earlier in the video, but there are 2 other pieces of information that are provided. Information that reads 1997 Vibe Music and produced by Far. Vibe Music is actually a fairly well-known hip-hop record label. Not incredibly well-known, unlike their parent label, Ultra Vibe, but they do have an extensive catalog of releases and are still around today, their latest release being in 2020. Vibe Music was established in 1995, and this was only 2 years before Nipponia Nippon's album was released. With that considered, Vibe Music definitely wasn't as established as they are today. They were very much a new name and likely worked with a lot of new names in the scene and not more prominent musical artists. The producer of this record, named here as Far, can easily be found online when looking into the album on Discogs. He's worked on a significant amount of projects from a variety of different genres and record labels. It's also interesting to note that his music credits began around 1997 to 1998 at the very least. That's how far back his credits go on Discogs. And again, with that release of the Nipponia Nippon EP in 1997, this was a very early work of Far's. As far as I can tell, pun not intended, Far/Com began working in the industry around 1997 and 1998, and this is according to Discogs. So, working with Nipponia Nippon was a very early project of theirs. It could even be the earliest. Another big detail to note is that Far no longer goes by Far. The name this producer goes under most of the time is actually Com. His other aliases include Organ Language and his actual name, to my knowledge, that being Kyotaka Fukagawa. Far/Com is still active today. We'll get into that more in a second, actually. At this point, it's also worth noting that the catalog number is also featured on the record. This is important information, but not very important when considering that this album is not lost. See, if the song was lost or the song was unidentified and we didn't know the name of the artist at all, then this would be pretty important. Though, with this specific internet mystery, the catalog number is not that big a deal. While the search for this artist has technically been ongoing for about 10 to 12 years, it's not really that much of a search. This is unfortunately similar to the case of the Akiba tape and the search efforts in Japan, as there's more discussion regarding it and not much actual efforts in locating and finding what happened to this person. Really, everything provided online, or at least the majority of everything provided online, did that make sense? I don't know. Theories and discussion have taken place on 2chan threads. This popular one from 2011, as well as another from a little later in 2013. They're pretty long, but various discussion and theories have come about from them. Here's some theories that have come into play. It is equally possible that Nipponia Nippon just gave up on their music career and decided to go about living as a normal person with a normal 9-to-5 job. The lyrics of Nipponia's tracks do suggest that he may have been homeless. This is not confirmed, much like anything else on the record. It's just all lyrics that are suggestive, but it is a theory that many have considered. There are, however, more positive ideas thrown around, however. Maybe Nipponia Nippon is still around and creating music. Maybe he just goes by a different name. The voice element is the reason why two rappers are suggested to be Nipponia Nippon possibly today. These rappers are Kimidori and Kurobi. These come from the 2chan threads and are mainly suggested because they sound similar to Nipponia Nippon, and really the vocals are all we have to work off of. Again, these are all just theories. These are just comments and speculation by random commenters on image threads and blog posts. There's nothing substantial and nothing concrete that can really tell us what happened to Nipponia Nippon and where they are today. But next, we can get into what we know actually probably did happen. There are a few different blog posts that come up when trying to search up on this rapper. Most posts just kind of summarize the mystery or review the music itself, but there is one specific blog that went beyond this a little bit. This brings us back to Calm, or Far, the producer of the Nipponia Nippon EP. This blog, written by a Tokyo native user named Hagakure way back in 2008, details the writer's attempts at learning new info about Nipponia Nippon, specifically if Nipponia Nippon would be available to perform live. They were unable to find any information on the rapper online, so ultimately attempted to contact Far through his official webpage, and they were successful. Far did end up getting back to this blog writer, stating that there was no possibility of a live show happening, at least through Far/Calm themselves accommodating it. Far would then go on to share a detail that both clarified and added mystery to this artist. See, apparently, during the recording of Dirty Blood, Nipponia Nippon disappeared. They left without any warning, and Far simply never heard from them again. The record was ultimately released following Nipponia's disappearance. Far also shared one other detail, and it's a little cryptic. That being the statement that is translated to roughly, the payment never being received. Now, I gotta be honest with you guys, I am a little confused as to what payment directly translates to. I don't really have the ability, with my personal Japanese ability, to tell you what it means, though it is pretty vague to other people I've asked. But there are one of two outcomes as to what may have happened in regards to payment and what this could be suggesting. Nipponia did not pay Far some kind of fee that was owed, or Nipponia did not receive any payment or royalties for his work on the LP, as nobody was able to reach him following his sudden absence. Of course, the latter is more likely, though it's not 100% clear, so yeah. One theory I had personally regarding this EP is maybe there is some lost media involving it, that being a lost unreleased track, an unfinished track because of Nipponia's departure, or possibly some recording of a live performance that had taken place in the late 90s before the artist's departure. Though there is absolutely no proof that any lost media surrounding this album exists, let me just make that clear. As far as we know, no such recordings or footage exists. Since we don't know what the artist actually looks like, we don't really have much to go off of. We don't know their actual name or anything about them as a person. All we really do have is what they sound like and the dark subject matter of their music, as well as their musical style. So, in recent years, there haven't been any new developments or any new groundbreaking details in the search for Nipponia Nippon. That one blog post did reveal a little bit of information regarding the person's whereabouts and the fact that they just, kind of dipped. But other than that, there's been nothing in recent years. Honestly, I'm not sure if this mystery will ever be resolved. There's a lot of speculation that goes with it, but very little to work with and come to a legitimate conclusion with. Again, I'm not an expert with hip-hop or rap, but I can tell that a lot of emotion went into the writing of this music. It is very clear that this artist has talent and potential. It has now, however, been 25 years since the release of this LP, and the Nipponia Nippon of today may be a vastly different person than what he was and remembered as from his music. He may be the same passionate musician who just makes music under a different name or with different subject matter. Maybe he just doesn't want to be associated with the name Nipponia Nippon anymore. Regardless of what the reason is, I just hope he's doing well. Anyways, that is all I have for you guys today. I do have a few quick shoutouts though. Firstly, to the Twitter user Reindex. They're actually the person who uploaded the Akiba tape to YouTube and brought this mystery of Nipponia Nippon to my attention, so thank you. I also want to thank Kai Translations on Twitter, as they helped me a ton when it came to kind of figuring out what the 2chan threads were saying and some blog posts. And also, huge shout out to Matt vs. Japan for helping me out with the lyrics a ton. I was very, very confused by a lot of the use of words in them, and he clarified a lot and helped me equally as much as the other people who helped me with clarifying the Japanese. So again, thank you very, very much.